office, and I coordinate this activity on behalf of the organizers, who are the CTA, of course, the European Commission, DG DevCo, the ACP Secretariat, so the Secretariat of African, Caribbean and Pacific States, Concord, which is the Secretariat of Development NGOs of EU member states, and we are very, very pleased to co-organize it with the IFPRI-led CGIAR research program on agriculture, nutrition and health. So we have a number of colleagues coming from Washington. We are very grateful for that. They just came yesterday late, and they will depart today, so we thank them very much. We also welcome the people who are following us by web stream live. We have always many people also posting questions, and not everybody can be in Brussels today, and we are very pleased that you follow us as well. As you know, this is a part of a series of briefings that we organized since 2007, so today is the number 41, on key topical issues on agriculture and rural development having an impact for ACP countries. And we also organize since 2008 regularly ones, yearly ones with IFPRI on key topics. We have done nutrition in 2008, when you did a very big conference in India, but also on resilience, on the food price crisis, and today again on revisiting nutrition through a different angle, sustainability, accountability, and ownership. So thank you very much. Again, I will not be long because, as you would have seen in the program, we have many people. I have to apologize for the speakers who couldn't accommodate this time, just because of interest of time, but that's just one of the events. We will have much more in Brussels and in regions, and we will be very happy to collaborate with further colleagues. I have to also thank very much my interface, daily interface at IFPRI in organizing that, Teunis van Rennen. He must be somewhere hiding. Voila, thank you very much, as well as the other colleagues. So we have today from the ACP Secretariat, the Secretary General. You know, in this same room next week, there is a ministerial committee, so ministers of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific being here, and there are many, of course, preparatory work this week. So the Secretary General is in a meeting to prepare that. He might join us later in the morning, but he's very well represented by Mr. Vivanu Gnasunu, who is welcoming us in the ACP Secretariat today. He is from 1st of April the Assistant Secretary General for Sustainable Development and Trade. He is, of course, very knowledgeable. He has been himself for more than 10 years expert in the same house on commodities and trade, previously working as well at microfinance institution and also a private sector in many African countries. I do also know from my work at CTA that he's a friend of farmers. They like him very much. All the regional farmers organizations in Africa really have a very good interaction, so I'm sure that he brings that to the ACP Secretariat in his new functions now. And we thank him very much for being with us today. So please, Mr. Vivanu.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm not only a farmer's friend, I'm a friend of everyone. I don't think it is difficult to be friends of the farmers, because it's farmers who are responsible for we staying alive. On behalf of the Secretary General, let me bid you welcome to ACP House on this development briefing. This is number 41, as was said, and it's a subject which is of concern to all of us, nutrition. A few weeks ago in this very room, we had a meeting with the Director General of the FAO, and he made an address to the ACP Committee of Ambassadors, and he stated that nutrition was at the very core of the actions undertaken by the FAO, and we share his views on that. We also met with Italian senior officials who came to speak to us about the Milan Expo 2015, and they highlighted the role of agriculture and nutrition and how can that be broached successfully vis-a-vis our citizens and our nationals. Obviously, this subject, as I said, is of concern to all of us, but it can be looked at from various perspectives. Obviously, the angles are different depending on the priorities you have and the responses you want. Yesterday, someone was saying that we just see figures, and that's how we study them. We study them as figures. It's a bit shocking, but when you have hundreds of millions of people who are undernourished or malnourished, well, it's just a figure for many of us, and we just seem to accept that. And that's why I say it's a bit shocking that you can accept something like that in today's world with all the wealth in the world. And I'm not trying to engage in what would be called some sort of third world speech or statement here. Why is it acceptable that we should continue just working as if nothing has been happening, given 100 million people who can't even get enough food every day? Obviously, it is unacceptable. Now, when you look at the many and varied people in the ACP group, there are people who are malnourished, yes, and who are also overnourished, in other words, obese. For example, in the Pacific and the Caribbean, over half of the deaths in those regions are diseases related, non-communicable diseases related to nutritional issues such as obesity. So, obviously, we are aware of all of this, and we have to seek solutions from a town perspective, an urban perspective. Obviously, we go beyond what the architect does. You have to look at the town and country planner. In other words, you take the problem, you put it in a whole and see whether that whole is harmonious in coherence with the various policies. This policy coherence obviously has to be tackled. I'm saying this because as I look at the agenda of the briefing, there are two parts. The first part will outline how things are being done. You know, it's enhancing nutrition, a multi-sectoral approach. And then in the second part, we can look at best practices, people's personal experience. I think that the second part is extremely interesting because the ACP group obviously would like to work towards restructuring the economies of our countries. In other words, to feed our peoples better, yes, but that has to be part of an integral approach where you create wealth, where you include women and the youth in the economic circuit. So all opportunities are seized to meet the various challenges. We obviously don't have the luxury of establishing priorities and just waiting to fulfill them. We have to tackle many problems head on. When a decision is taken to make schooling free and obligatory, at least at the primary level, obviously in doing that, you have to feed the children while they're at school, and you have to feed them well. So it's all that has to come into play. It's not only nutrition per se, it's a multidimensional aspect, and therefore it needs resources. How can the necessary resources be given to the private sector to outline a value chain or boost production on the basis of local products? You have a contract between the state and development partners, and those products coming out of that obviously have to be beneficial to children in our schools. That's why we think you have to act on several fronts at the same time. You can't just focus on one. as far as nutrition is concerned. You also have the cultural aspect as regards what is consumed locally, what is produced locally. For some people, it may not be nutritional enough, but it's a cultural practice, and this is something you need to tackle. I think this is what we can see in the second part. You have local consumer products, traditional products. How can they be enriched so that rather than stop these traditional habits, we give a higher nutritive value to such traditional products? So that is the approach we have to the issue. Once again, I'd like to say that on behalf of the ACP group, this subject is obviously urgent in terms of need. It is multidimensional, and obviously there's a possibility of getting several stakeholders and actors on board in order to help with the economic transformation of our countries. So, Director, this is what I had to say in terms of words of welcome and how the Secretariat sees the subject we're going to discuss today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gnasunu. Indeed, I mean, the panel 2 is as popular as panel 1 when we look at very specific cases which work. And actually, that's where the ACP Secretariat, the EU, and other partners, including CTA, would like to relate how to put, more support, whatever support is needed, that it's upscaled or replicated. So this part of successes are indeed very much appreciated. So with no more delay, I will welcome. Anyway, thank you very much. And I welcome also the people from DEFCO, Stéphane Bourguil and his colleagues. So Jean-Pierre, thank you very much for being here, and please.
Thank you, Isolina, for this nice introduction. First of all, I confirm that indeed both Klaus and Roberto are in New York. Otherwise, Klaus wanted to do the introduction today for this very important event. I would like first to thank the ACP House for welcoming us in this very nice place, and also a very relevant place, I would say, for the topic we are going to discuss. I also would like to congratulate the CTA for the very good work they have done to organize this meeting and attract highly, I would say, people of really high quality to attend this discussion. And certainly also knowing that this event is organized jointly with IFPRI, also to thank all the IFPRI colleagues who came from London and New York, since IFPRI is one of the most relevant think tanks whenever we speak about nutrition. And then we have all the persons who are there that I would like also to welcome, and thanks for being here. This being said, I will go straight maybe to the introduction and what we want to say on nutrition. Today we still have, if we speak about undernutrition, we spoke about 800 million people still suffering from hunger. There is an assessment that in fact there are basically 2 billion people suffering from hunger and micronutrient deficiency, what we call hidden hunger. And we have there in this, among those 2 billion, 160 million children who are suffering from chronic undernutrition. We know that basically 3 million of them are likely to die this year from this tragedy, but that the ones who are going to survive are also have a kind of life sentence for their personal development. They will not fully develop mentally and physically. They will not reach a full potential, and this is really now more and more perceived as a question of social justice and social equity, which is something extremely important whenever we speak about European values. This explains why the Commission has been extremely active on this file. To come back to what Isolina said, yes, the Commission has been extremely active on food security for decades. We showed our commitment on food security, notably when food prices started rocking and having a very negative impact on developing countries by setting up very quickly the food, what we call the food facility, the 1 billion food facility. Since then, we have been at the forefront. I just reviewed recently the G7 figures on food security expenditure, and the European Union remained the biggest donor. But I believe that we have taken even a stronger position on nutrition. It is also the only area where the Commission has a commitment in terms of impact. I will just repeat it. Our commitment is to support partner countries to reduce stunting by at least 7 million children by 2025. And this is a very strong commitment. It is the only one we have which is in terms of impact rather than in terms of money. For sure, we cannot speak only about impact, but also to speak about money, and we have decided to dedicate 3.5 billion euro to achieve that target, which is quite a significant amount. It is part of I would say, of an overarching movement where many people who are in this room contributed to, which was aimed at raising and the recognition of the challenge of undernutrition and in particular stunting. And we can say that this has been certainly achieved. And we saw it notably with a string of very high-level events. There was the Hunger Summit, there was the Nutrition for Growth Summit organized in the UK in the wake of the G8. ICN was really also a success. And we can expect now confidently that nutrition will be extremely prominent in the SDG system. Meaning that now the challenge is really in front of us, which is to implement what we committed to do and to respond to the expectation of partner countries. And this is something I will come back in a few minutes, is that now we've also seen that once we embarked on the discussion on nutrition, partner countries reacted much more positively than we expected initially. And many partner countries, many developing countries have made nutrition a part of their political program. And this is extremely encouraging. But now they are asking us to help them to implement their own commitment. And this is really the challenge we have in front of us, in particular for the European Union. We already started by assisting countries, and I will come back to that in a few minutes, both at country level and at, I would say, global or continental level. For instance, since the Friends of the FAO are there, who are providing support to the CADEP and the African Union to help the colleagues dealing with this Pan-African initiative to make sure that nutrition has the place it deserves. So, by saying that, I believe I set the challenge we have in front of us. And what I would like to say is that I'm really expecting also to learn a lot from today's discussion. Because the challenge is there, money is there, but we know that the most important difficulty we have in front of us is to make sure that what we do with usual food security program has to become nutrition sensitive if we want to achieve our result. Basically, the challenge is not to put more money, is to do things differently. And this is what we are going to discuss about today. And I'm really looking forward for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. So with no delay, I'm very glad, of course, again, with the partnership with IFPRI and the CGIAR research program on agriculture for nutrition and health. Actually, the director, John McDermott, with some of his colleagues, came to CTA, to Wageningen, a few 2 weeks ago, specifically, to see collaboration, not only on this event, but in the field, and exactly what Jean-Pierre was saying, to see how it can be how interventions can be much more nutrition sensitive, how can we have together, and whoever wants to join us, much more impact in the field, be on the value chain part, be on capacity building for some organizations, etc. So I think, indeed, that's an area which needs various partnerships, and we are very glad that we can link the research program that you are leading with our interventions as well in the field. So John, prior to lead this research program led by IFPRI, he was, a very extensive, actually, experience in Africa, more than 25 years, and the recent one being at ILRI, so the International Livestock Research Institute, and dealing, of course, with livestock, animal health, and etc. You also have a background on data and statistics, which is very interesting, and it will be also discussed a bit this morning in the context of nutrition, and we have Lawrence Haddad, who likes the topic also very much. So thank you, John, and thank you for coming from Washington with your colleagues.
Thank you very much, Isolina. I'd first like to tell you a little bit about this Agriculture for Nutrition and Health partnership that we've set up, which is really to support more collective and concerted action around the areas of nutrition and health related to agriculture. And it involves 12 of the 15 CGIAR research centers and many, many other partners, hosted by and led by IFPRI. Now, it has two major focuses. So I guess one of them is how can agriculture improve diet quality for improving nutrition and health out all of us. But the other is also to those who are investing in these development actions. So I think this accountability is quite important. Now, we're delighted to be kind of co-organizers with this event with CTA and other European partners. And we really like the focus on country ownership and partnership, because I think one of the big changes we've seen in the nutrition landscape is this emphasis on country ownership. And that's, in my mind, absolutely crucial. Now, in today's event, we're really excited because we're bringing together both kind of what we're learning collectively about evidence, about performance, and about accountability, and then how these lessons are translating into experiences in implementation in different countries, and how we can improve and really change the nature of nutrition-sensitive development through the actions of lots of different partners, NGOs, private sector, government, etc. And so we're really excited to be part of this, and I'm really looking forward to our discussions. Thank you very much.
Much, John. I was counting on the jet lag, you know, and I was wrong. Thank you very much. And so I pass the floor to Michael Aylou, the director of CTA. You know, of course, already very well. He makes a point to come regularly from the Netherlands to support the briefings we have here, in addition, of course, of everything we have mostly in the field. He's the director of CTA for the last 5 years, and with a renewed mandate. I think it's a premiere at CTA. He was previously working at C4 in Indonesia, as well as ICRAF, before joining us in Kenya. So thank you very much again for being here.
Thank you very much, Solena. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to welcome you all to this briefing on nutrition, and we're really delighted that we are doing this in cooperation with IFPRI. That's one of the key CGIAR institutions that we cooperate with in the field and also in Brussels in organizing these kinds of briefings. Well, I think, as everyone has said, this whole issue of nutrition is particularly significant for ACP countries, as you know. Most of the countries that suffer both from malnutrition and overnutrition that we have in developing countries is in the ACP. If you look at sub-Saharan Africa, of course, the major problem is hunger, but in the Caribbean and the Pacific, the major problem is non-communicable diseases related to overnutrition. So for the ACP, it's a very significant problem. And from our perspective, of course, CTA, the role of agriculture in terms of addressing these nutritional challenges is very critical. That's why this partnership and this discussion today is significant for us. Agriculture can definitely play a key role in terms of improving the availability, the quality of food, and raising incomes, which also would have significant impact on nutrition. But for many years, the focus on agriculture has been very much on improving the quantity, not really focusing on dietary diversity. And we see the consequence of that approach now. You know, malnutrition is increasing, particularly among the poor segments of the population. Fortunately, there is a growing recognition to address malnutrition through nutrition-specific interventions, realizing that nutrition-specific interventions alone are not enough. And many of the experts who have contributed to that discussion and the Lancet series that was published that had significant impact in terms of policy, they are here with us today, which is very appreciated. So now there is focus on trying to see how agriculture can be much more oriented to address nutritional issues. And CT has been working quite closely with the Commission, with FAO, and the World Bank in developing a framework for joint action on agriculture and nutrition, which was launched during the ICN2. So basically, it's to see how agriculture could have a nutrition lens in terms of addressing these issues. And some of the priorities that were identified in that framework is how to enhance resource mobilization and political commitment to strengthen the link between food, agricultural systems, and nutrition, how to scale up proven nutrition-sensitive agricultural interventions at country level. I think that's what John was saying, the importance of country ownership, and also increasing the knowledge and evidence to maximize the impact of agriculture on nutrition. CT has also been doing other whole issue of nutrition can be mainstreamed into the educational system. We have also been supporting countries to especially in Africa, to undertake a systematic review of aflatoxin contamination, which is a major health issue, food safety issue, and come up with a number of recommendations. So there are many areas that we are engaged in, and we hope to continue supporting this work, especially through our regional business plans, which we have been implementing across the ACP in the last year, and that will be continued in the coming years. So we very much look forward to the discussions today, and to also see how we can strengthen the partnership with IFPRI and others. So thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to an exciting discussion this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ailou. So we are going to start. I forgot to tell you as well that my colleagues who lead on communications have already launched a campaign for a few weeks already on nutrition and the different aspects of nutrition. Paul Neat and Therese, where are you? Okay, they hide in the background anyway. So they will be also looking for articles, interviews and so on from some of you in the coming months. They want to, strengthen that part online. So please feel free to approach them as well. I give the floor now, Vivanu, thank you very much for being the chair of panel 1. He's normally very tough, so I'm sure that the time will be, because normally I'm ignored, so I think you will have more chances to keep the time, and we will open for the floor after all the interventions. We will have a short coffee break and lunch, so you will have opportunities to interact with the people and experts we have here. So thank you very much, Vivanu. I pass you the floor.
Merci Isolina. Donc,
Thank you, Isolina. The first panel will have presentations from 5 persons. We will start with Dr. Marie Ruel. It will be on enhancing nutrition, not on the field, on poverty and nutrition in an integrated way. She's worked in Guatemala, and for the past 5 years, she's been following these issues. She's also the authoress of many publications. She's an authority on nutrition issues because she has taken part in a lot of high-level panels on the issues. So, Dr. Ruel, you have the floor. Normally, you have 15 minutes. But we are running a bit late, but we still want to hear the important message that you have to convey. So thank you for your understanding.
Merci. My task has actually been made slightly easier because a lot of the key points I plan to make in my presentation have already been made. So I will provide a little bit more detail, or you will see from the slides that I'm showing some data, but as I said, I'll try to go through fast enough. So I was asked to talk about malnutrition, undernutrition, and how can we scale up or improve nutrition at scale. I just wanted to start with trying to clarify some of the confusion sometimes about what malnutrition is, and just the fact that we use so many different terms to talk about malnutrition and hunger and hidden hunger and double burden and triple burden. So for me, malnutrition is a continuum. It's not a double or a triple or any kind of burden. It's a continuum from hunger, which usually we refer to as meaning plain lack of food, and usually we refer to that in terms of lack of sufficient calories, to deficits in protein and energy that affect children's growth. So there we have children that are too small, too short for their age. Deficiencies also of essential micronutrients, and here we're talking about vitamin A, iron, zinc, iodine, minerals and vitamins that are essential, all the way to unbalanced diets that might have too much calories and actually too much of the wrong types of calories, from fat, from sugar, too much salt, and that lead to overweight and obesity and non-communicable diseases. So this is the very slow. It's way too slow. We still have a very high burden of undernourishment. Stunting, this is children who are too short for their age. That's one malnutrition that we refer to often as being chronic malnutrition. We have approximately 162 million children. 1 in 4 children currently are stunted. This is an enormous burden. On the left top side, you see the global progress. We've seen some improvements, steady improvements, both in the prevalence and in the number of stunted children. But this is too slow. And the important point also that I wanted to show is the bottom part on the left, which shows Africa, where progress has been actually not keeping up with the rest of the world, and where the numbers of malnourished children, of stunted children, are actually increasing. So there's real geographical differences, and Africa is left behind on improvements there. So that rate of overall 2.1 annual rate of reduction in stunting is really not fast enough. Not fast enough to reach the World Health Assembly targets, but it's also just not fast enough in general. And we are at a corner where we are trying to do much better than that. The prevalence of micronutrient deficiencies has also been mentioned. This is what I was saying. We refer sometimes to hidden hunger, prevalence of iron, vitamin A, and zinc deficiency, but other minerals and vitamins as well. And we can see the countries in red. Again, sub-Saharan Africa is doing really badly, very severe, very high rates of micronutrient deficiency, as well as India, South Asia, and East Asia, the usual, where the burden is much higher than in other regions. And this is affecting not just children. Micronutrient deficiencies affect women, they affect men, especially iron deficiency, for example, and zinc deficiency. So this is a widespread problem. Overweight and obesity, as if we didn't have enough with the so-called undernutrition problems. Here we can see. No, it doesn't show with the mouse. We can see that on the left side, the bars on the left side are the reductions in underweight in women that are too thin. The middle is overweight, and the right side is obesity. And we can see that there's been a steady increase in obesity everywhere, with Latin America and the Caribbean being particularly badly affected. But the global numbers are on the right side at the bottom, and then you have Asia, Africa on top, and Asia. And you can see that even these regions that have a very severe burden of stunting and undernourishment also have rapid rises in obesity. Actually, obesity is catching up. It's going faster. It's increasing faster than we are reducing the rates of underweight and stunting. So we have a real problem, and this slide was showing women, but we also have a big problem in children as well. So under and overnutrition coexist. In the same country. We have in the same country, the best example is Egypt, where we're seeing here numbers from 2003 to 2008, where stunting, the pink bar, wasting children who are too thin, as well as overweight, is increasing in only a few years. And so we have, as some would call it, a triple burden, but this is really a country that is affected by all of the forms of undernutrition or overnutrition, malnutrition in general. This problem coexists in the same household. The overweight mother stunted child is a phenomenon that exists, is real, and it exists a lot in Africa and Latin America. And it exists also in the same individual. It might be a bit hard to see this slide, but this part of the slide, but what is shown there is that the gray and the white bars are women that are overweight and obese, and the left is women that are neither, and they're all pretty much equally anemic. So anemia is not going to get better because you're becoming fatter and you eat more if you don't eat the right food. So this is really complicating a lot what we can do about improving nutrition, because as I said, we're going faster at increasing obesity when actually we really haven't resolved the problem of children being stunted. So why does it matter? I think that point was also made nicely, but the first thing is a stunted child is a stunted adult. So what this slide is showing is, if you see on the left side, you have a malnourished child at 3 years of age, and then the adult. At the adult 18, this was adolescent, but this is pretty much the adult height. And on the right side, you see that a child that was not malnourished at 3 years of age, and what it looks like at adulthood. And you can see that the gap is not narrowing. That's the point that's important here, is that this is irreversible. Those children that are stunted at 3 become stunted adults, and those in communities become stunted communities and stunted nations. Nutrition is the foundation of development. Lawrence Haddad will probably talk about this. The GNR, the Global Nutrition Report from last year, was making that point very nicely. Nutrition is important for development. It's not just a human issue. It's not just an ethical issue or a human rights issue. It is an economic issue, and it's absolutely necessary for development. If we can reduce malnutrition, we will have much more effective development. Malnutrition is associated with 45% of child deaths. It's enormous. It's really underlying a lot of mortality in young children. It's associated also with poor health, of course, with poor physical and cognitive development. Stunting is per se, being short might not be the end of it all. It's not the end of it all. It's the fact that it's also a marker for cognitive development, and that is very important, because that the combined being malnourished and having a slow cognitive development results in children that don't perform well in school, that enter school later, that drop out. It also has there's lots of associations that have been shown with economic productivity, with income. Malnutrition is essential, improving nutrition, is essential for breaking the intergenerational transmission of poverty. A small mother has a small child who has a bad start in life. And it's also very important for preventing non-communicable diseases. We are seeing more and more evidence with long-term studies that children who are malnourished during the first 3 years are much more likely to have earlier problems of chronic diseases, not only have them, but have them at 40 instead of 60 years of age. It is an enormous cost for nations. The estimates I provide here from FAO is actually a low estimate. There are much higher estimates for some countries, and 4 or 5% of global GDP is already high, but I've seen estimates that are much higher. So what can we do? How can we accelerate progress in improving nutrition? We need to do better than we've done in the past. The first rule, and you probably all have heard about the first 1,000 days, we need to improve nutrition during this critical window from the time of conception all the way to when the child reaches 2 years of age. And you can see on the left side that there's also nutrition by 20%. So this is good, but it's definitely not enough. We need to do more than just those nutrition-specific interventions. And in the past, this is what nutritionists have focused on. In our new world, and this has been mentioned by probably almost every speaker this morning, we need to work multisectorally. And why we need to work multisectorally is because we cannot just address nutrition by doing nutrition interventions. We need to address the underlying determinants of malnutrition: poverty, food insecurity, lack of gender equity, lack of education, lack of water and sanitation, lack of health services. So these sectors are all necessary for us, because if we don't improve those aspects of people's lives, their children will never grow better. So this is the rationale for working with all of those sectors. And you see that gender is right in the middle, because gender is what is going to facilitate that all the development programs we invest in actually are transformed into improvements in nutrition. It is not automatic. No matter what you do, an agriculture project doesn't automatically improve nutrition. You need to make it more nutrition sensitive, and this is true for the other sectors as well. It has been also mentioned very nicely by Michael that the food system is something we need to leverage more. This is part of everybody's life. We need to work on making the food system more nutrition sensitive, both from a supply side and from a demand side point of view. Examples of policies that we can work on. We have focused on increasing, we have even obsessed about feeding 9 billion people, and we're talking only about calories. We want staple foods, we want people to have enough food, but we often forget about the need for having adequate diets that are rich in micronutrients and that provide people with all the nutrients they need. So we need to inject that in the food system and make sure that the food system delivers on helping people access the nutrient-rich foods and diets. Value chains are an excellent opportunity to improve nutrition. Value chains specifically for micronutrient-rich foods can be leveraged better, and again, focusing on both the supply and the demand side to make sure that people have better diets. We had to reduce inequalities, pro-poor growth, pro-poor economic growth, as well as agricultural growth. And we have to focus on public-private partnerships and food marketing sector. Those are all very long stories that I don't have time to discuss, but I hope that some of our other speakers will pick up on those. I've mentioned, and others have also mentioned, that women are at the center of all of this, of making nutrition happen or making improvements in nutrition happen. It is particularly true in agriculture, where women play an important role, and along the food systems in the processing, women are central. And if we empower them, again, we have more possibility of reaching our goals of improving nutrition. So a few final messages. We need to be more purposeful about nutrition and gender. It's very easy to say, oh, we need to work multi-sectorally, we need to incorporate nutrition everywhere and gender, but how do we do this? And we need to think about making it happen. We need to have multi-sectorality as a mindset. It's not a new thing, but it's a thing that we've tried decades ago, didn't work, gave it up, and now we're back, and we hope that multi-sectorality has a new face and a new life and that we're more successful with it. But to be more successful, we need to make sure that we have incentives. The biggest problem is not necessarily at the level of developing policies and champions, people that talk about multi-sectorality and that talk about cross-sectoral programs. We need to do that at the community level, and this is where the biggest challenge is, how to make people work together when they've never done that before, they don't have the incentive, and it is complicated. It makes their life a lot more complicated. So we need to strengthen capacity at all levels. We need to build solid partnerships. We've also talked about this, partnerships across sectors, across disciplines, along the value chain. And it's a long list of partnerships that need to be developed. We need to recognize the opportunities, the risks, and the limitation of agriculture and food systems. There are opportunities. We need to grab them. We need to exploit the synergies. But there are also limitations. Agriculture, as I said, by itself is not going to solve the problem. So we need to be very mindful of what are the limitations and what we can expect agriculture and food systems to do, and what we shouldn't make them responsible for. We need to ensure policy coherence and coordination around nutrition. We need to invest, and this was also mentioned this morning, we need to spend a lot more money than we have in the past on nutrition and on nutrition-sensitive programs and policies. And I think those points Lawrence Haddad will make also in his presentation. And we need to document and measure the data gap. The data problem is obviously something that we are becoming increasingly aware of. But it's not just to have data to monitor, to track. We need to tell stories. We need to document how progress is happening so that we have good examples. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Very much.
Merci beaucoup, Dr. Ruel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruel. I think that it was important for us to have a general overview of the situation in order to understand what we mean by malnutrition and undernutrition. I think your presentation helped us get the distinction clear in our minds. We know what is happening today, and I think some clarifications were made which would dissipate certain misunderstandings that we have. You are enlarging the concept from 800 million to 2 billion. I think we understand better what malnutrition means and what undernutrition means. Well, obviously, the approach to this question is multi-sectoral, multidimensional, and once again, you just therefore have to focus on the wider picture, not just on the narrow picture of nutrition. So let's go on to the second presentation to be made by Mr. Tom Arnold of the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement, Sun Movement Coordinator. Tom Arnold is Irish, and he is interim coordinator of the Sun Movement. He was also CEO of Concern Worldwide, which we all know, one of Ireland's largest NGOs working in health, education, and emergencies. We have worked with them in the past on education and health issues, as well as emergencies. He was a national officer in the Agriculture Ministry. He has worked in IFRI, on a special panel with the CGIAR. So you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Well, I'd like to talk about the Sun movement, and I'd want to talk about the movement that has developed since up till now from its starting point in 2010. I'd like to talk about what it has achieved over that period of time, and particularly what the conclusions of a recent evaluation have shown. And then I'd like to talk about its future, where it's going to go from here. So it's simple structure. The Sun movement, in a way, when it was began to be conceived in that period from, I would say, from 2008 onwards, there were a few, I would say, big influences. One was the food price crisis that had put food and nutrition back on the political agenda. The Lancet series had also, as Mari said, indicated it was possible with a limited number of key interventions to make progress on nutrition. But the Lancet series had also spoken about a dysfunctionality of nutrition governance. So something different needed to be tried to scale up, to make an impact on nutrition. And out of a certain ferment of discussion and ideas emerged the notion of Sun. And the idea was that it would start in a limited number of countries, that it would be very much country-led, country-focused, that it would be structured in a way that it would have a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder engagement. So trying to get it wasn't going to be just about governments trying to do things. It was going to get other core players involved, like civil society, like the private sector, and see could ways be found to work more effectively together. So that was, if you like, the basis of it, and it was launched in September of 2010. And the original ambition, I'd say, was relatively limited. We spoke about maybe 7 or 8 what they called early riser countries could start out and see if they prioritized nutrition politically and with national plans, what impact that would have. It emerged that there was more interest in this because probably of the wider background, more interest in more countries. And so a year on, over 20 countries had said they were committed to the principles of the Sun. And so in terms of how this was to develop further, there was a study in 2011. It's called the stewardship study, and out of that emerged the idea that Sun would be in place until the end of 2015 as a starting point, and that there would be an evaluation in the second half of 2014 to see what decisions might be taken about the future. So that is how it has developed, and it has got to the point now for 55 countries are members of the Sun movement. So how does it work? What are the core principles of the Sun movement? Firstly, there's a very strong feature. It is country-led. Responsibility for it is at the country level. There is a strong emphasis on getting political prioritization for nutrition at that country level and putting in place plans, national plans that are coherent, a strong emphasis in ensuring that all stakeholders are involved, and that it's tackling in the same way as Marie said, the different sectors are contributing to nutrition, to improving nutrition. At the level of globally, how do these 55 countries work together to achieve results? There's a number of networks which are used really to share learning as to what's going on in the different groups. And the networks consist of networks of countries, so that means the countries are sharing information with each other, a network of donors, a network of civil society groupings. There are over 2,000 civil society organizations who are now committed to the Sun, and there's a business network as well. And as it has evolved, there's the whole process of learning has got more emphasis. And over the last 2 years, there's something called 4 communities of practice. And this is a way of sharing learning across the 55 countries. I should say that the donor support for SUN has been very strong, and the EU, as was mentioned earlier, has been one of the critically important donors in this regard. So, when it came to an evaluation of the first 4 years of the SUN movement, what did it find? It found firstly that the SUN had helped considerably to raise the political prioritization for nutrition at national and international level. It found that the quality of the movement, the notion that you had a number of different actors working towards a common purpose, was a very valuable asset. It found that learning was going on across the different networks. But it also concluded that in a number of countries, results were still not coming through as fast as they might, and that needed to be improved, and also that more accountability needed to be built in across the SUN movement for the future. And finally, there was a suggestion at the level of governance. The governance of the SUN was conceived that a lead group, which was established by the UN Secretary General in 2010, which gave overall direction for the SUN movement, and had been meeting twice a year since it was established in 2012, that something more needed to be put in place to give more hands-on direction to the SUN movement as it had grown larger and now represented 55 countries. So they were the essential conclusions of the evaluation. The evaluation was concluded in January of this year. It then went to a detailed consultation among all the stakeholders, and that took place over a 2-month period. And arising from that, and there was a structure in place to pull all this together, arising from that, there was a meeting in Tanzania just in April, and out of that has come a set of proposals about the future of SUN for the next 5 years. And those proposals were put to a meeting of the lead group in early May and were sanctioned by the lead group, and now there is arrangements in place to give effect to what the lead group decided. So what the essential decisions are, that the SUN movement will be put in place for another 5 years, starting from 2016, that the same core principles that have guided the SUN up to now will be built on. There are many strengths, and those strengths will be built on. That some of the weaknesses that were referred to in the evaluation, not enough emphasis on results, need for greater accountability, strengthening the governance structure of the SUN, they will all be dealt with, and that is what we are about at the moment. The other part of the structure that has been in place from the beginning is that in terms of providing this, I would say, light coordination at international level, it has been facilitated by a secretariat based in Geneva and headed up by a coordinator, a SUN coordinator. And that role from the very beginning was played by David Nabarro, a senior UN person who gave tremendous leadership. David was asked by the Secretary General last August to coordinate the response to Ebola, and I was asked to serve as interim coordinator, which I've been doing since last September, and I will continue doing that for another period of time. But in fact, we part of the challenge and part of the tasks we have now in front of us after the lead group meeting in May is to start the process of finding a coordinator who would serve in that role for 5 years. So SUN as a core part of an architecture to improve nutrition at international level is going to remain. We need to do what we're doing, but only do it better, and we need to make sure that the sense of political prioritisation that SUN has helped generate at national and international level be further developed, and we achieve results. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being brief and to the point. You outlined to us an important message which demonstrated to us how an action can be planned. You managed to create an additional movement, which is not an institution per se, but which is a movement. And in such little time, it has been able to expand. Jean-Pierre was asking the question just now, how can we work differently? There are avenues to explore. We can discuss such avenues. And we can see that there's some consolidation at the national level to capitalize on what's been done so far. I think it's a fundamental point not to lose sight of what has been achieved, capitalize on the lessons learned with the various stakeholders. I now give the floor to Jean-Pierre Alquin, who has something to say. He's more than a friend. He's a brother of the ACP group. I am not going to say how many years he's been working for the Commission. Let me just say it's decades. And he worked in Côte d'Ivoire for 6 years in areas relating to what we are discussing, particularly in a post-conflict situation where you had to rebuild the things which had been destroyed. The same was true of Liberia, but there was an impact on neighboring countries. I believe he learned a lot from that exercise, things which he brought back to Brussels, and therefore he's using his vast experience to work on various matters, particularly nutrition and rural development. But nutrition has become a core issue for him. Jean-Pierre?
Merci, Viviano.
Thank you, Viviano.
Pour ceux qui ne parlent pas bien.
Well, for those of you who don't speak French well, I speak in French, but the slides are in English. Is that okay, Isolina? All right. Let me just touch on what I said previously, and what previous speakers have said. We have said that nutrition should be country-led if you want it to be successful. It has to be multi-sectoral. Issue of governance is extremely important. We spoke about accountability. Tom also emphasized the fact that the nutrition dossier has made progress. So all the people who worked on it collectively are part of that progress. There have been innovative approaches. It was not a matter of creating a mega trust fund under the UN. We came with another approach to be handled by the countries in question. You have the issue of a dynamic process. Let me also touch on what Tom said relating to the assessment of the sun. It's rather positive. Tom highlighted the important work done by the Secretariat and Coordinator of the sun. And I'd also like to give Tom great credit because he participated in the initial stages, and he is now effectively carrying out the work of coordinator. The European Commission is fully involved in this dossier. It has created new challenges, and one of the challenges is knowledge management and governance. Given that challenge, my colleagues came up with an initiative. You can take me back to the first slide. It's an initiative which, the very first slide, it's an ambitious and complex program. They found an acronym which is very difficult to pronounce, NIPN, N-I-P-N. Now, what lies behind that acronym? We can go on to the next slide. There are three important aspects here, which are unavoidable for a donor which is in the forefront of the dossier. Now, it's a matter of monitoring the way countries are implementing multi-sectoral policies. Marie explained this very well, which are supposed to remedy the problems of malnutrition. What are the resources used, and how does the nutrition issue occur in a country? It's a complex matter because we are working with different data collection systems from the health ministries, from the agriculture ministries, from the social affairs ministries, from the gender ministry. In that way, we have a clear picture of how nutrition is developing. It's a fundamental point if you want to make it possible for the government of the countries focusing on nutrition to show that their commitment is bearing fruit.
Sur lequel je vais revenir.
The second point I'm going to go back to is that of know-how. Marie talked about measures, and the results on nutrition have been proven, so it's nutrition-specific actions. They were in a publication on the 27th, and next to me, I have one of the authors, and as Marie said, it would only solve about 20% of nutritional problems. So we need to understand better how agriculture, social or food security can properly function to deal with the problem of malnutrition. I think it was Marie said that it does work, but didn't know how. But if you have to repeat this exercise, you have to know how. So what we are doing is having an overall collection of data from countries so that we can improve the impact of the actions developed by countries to deal with malnutrition. The second point is one of the Commission's accountability to its political decision makers and the public opinion. We have to show that the money that we invest on malnutrition is bearing fruit, and this is very important. Just to remind you, this is the first time that the EU budget has been significantly reduced. However, the public opinion of the EU has decided to only increase one chapter. And in a question of economic crisis, it shows increased responsibility of colleagues who work on this dossier that the money is being properly used. Given the importance of this dossier, we have to show that we are going to achieve this objective. So these are the three ideas behind this idea of the NIPN. The first thing that we are going to do is work on a country level. The first point mentioned here is to help countries collect and develop their own data collecting system. When I talk about their own system, it's country-led, country-owned. The idea is not to come and tell them this is the model you're going to use. It's on the basis of their own structures, their own administration. They have to see what their needs are by way of technical assistance so that they can develop a proper picture and a proper understanding of the evolution of malnutrition. We also support these countries to develop an intergovernmental consensus, and you know that data collection is very sensitive issue. It's not something you can propose just like that. You have to build it in these countries. It's also based on national dialogue. Nutrition has become a politic stake. So the construction of this information system has to be based also on national stakeholders, civil society, for example. So they will be also involved in the research project. So these are the three pillars: countries, the research community, global nutrition report. So we are going to create a stakeholder group which will ensure strategic guidance. I'm not going to go into details, but in general, we will get inspiration from the guidance we got in the Sun movement. It's something in supple or flexible, informal, and based on a consensus or decisions taken by consensus. Let's now come back to the country-led platforms. Here you will see the details, how it's going to be developed. I won't go into detail now. We don't have enough time. It goes back to what I just presented. Now, what can I mention again? I think the most important point is that the contribution has a general architecture, including Sun Global Nutrition Report, what we do with other international stakeholders like the FAO, the WHO. So it's a system which wants to add to the knowledge base on nutrition. The final point that you can move on to the next slide, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
This slide shows you the architecture we want to put in place. Now, the national side of the NIPN is something that has been owned by the partner countries. The information which are going to end up in that system will serve in proper decision making. One of the major points that we want is to improve the quality of data so that it would improve the policies and we would better understand scientifically what's happening on the ground. Now we have injection of resources, because when a country decides to commit itself to the nutrition issue, they have to mobilize resources, and that's also important. Without resources, you won't have any progress. Discussions with two important nutrition partners, UK Aid, this is a British organization. They have taken a political decision to help us on this initiative, and we're holding discussions with the Belinda Gates Foundation, and we hope to get some support from them. The final point I'm going to go to, it's not part of the presentation, and it's a question of time. For this initiative, we are in a race against time, because we also want to take account of children who are going to be born in 2020. Why am I mentioning this, particularly since we're in 2015? It's because most of the pledges with commitments which were made on nutrition were taken for a period which ends in 2020. Our conviction is that the partners who are involved in nutrition, the donors and the countries, need to make another commitment already from 2019. If we want to maintain nutrition at the core of discussions between now and 2019, we need to get the decision makers of the development agencies and countries that make them understand that nutrition is not a challenge, but a challenge that we can handle. This gives another dimension to the initiative, which is one of accountability. But in 2019, we would be able to prove that nutrition is very important. It's something we are improving, and we can move further on it. Thank you very much.
Merci Jean-Pierre.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. And in ACP countries, I'm sure that you are going to find natural partners to move forward on this issue and to work together to mobilize other partners, particularly in the programming exercise now underway. We will be focusing on that as well. The European Commission does not want to add does not add anything to make things more complicated. They're trying to improve the initiatives, and they're trying to see how they can best use the resources of the institutions already in place. And there's this issue of accountability as well. This is something that should pervade the whole exercise, particularly in our present context. And also there's an issue of ownership for the countries which are involved. I know this issue of political ownership is necessary. I know that for some countries, one country, it's always called a very small country, is in West Africa. I won't tell you that it's Togo, but nutrition there is a presidential initiative, and as was said, it's a pilot scheme by the Ministry of Social Affairs with the Ministry of Education. So it's a multifunctional approach, but it is handled by the president, so that those who are born now won't suffer like those who were born before and who did not get the required support in getting proper nutrition. In the present initiatives, maybe you can see that we are extending the number from 6 to 20, so we need to actually see exactly how important these pilot schemes were. So we now move on to the next speaker, Lawrence Haddad. We've already mentioned his name. He's a researcher in IFRI, but also he's co-chair of the group Global Nutrition Report expert group. He came back to IFRI. He was there some time before. He moved to a company in Sussex, but I think he preferred to go back to IFRI because the research issues weren't that interesting. So, Dr. Haddad, I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the 5 briefings organizers. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk to you about the key findings from the Global Nutrition Report that came out late last year. I will try to stick to my 10 minutes. The report aims to do 3 things. It aims to assess progress in nutrition. How are we doing? At the country level, at the organizational level, at the spending level, at the global level. What actions can we take to accelerate progress? Because as Marie said, it's not nearly fast enough. And what can we do to improve accountability? I think a number of the speakers have said accountability in nutrition is not as strong as it could be. What can we do? The report was called for at the London Summit, the 2013 summit that's been mentioned by Tom. There is a stakeholder group of about 40 different organizations. The European Union is one of the key stakeholders. Low income or middle income. Multiple burdens are a new normal. So Marie's quite right. There are lots of countries and sometimes communities and individuals and households that are dealing with more than one manifestation of malnutrition at the same time. Progress is slow globally, but there are some spectacular country advances that we need to acknowledge and learn from, as Tom said, and Jean-Pierre. And we need to be more ambitious on targets. Scaling up is more possible than ever before. What's holding us back? And then finally, nutrition accountability needs strengthening. So first of all, we run through in the report some of the key bits of evidence about why good nutrition is foundational for sustainable development. And first of all, we remind everyone of this really startling statistic from the 2013 Lancet series that 45% of all child deaths under 5 are associated in one way or another with poor nutrition, and that's really an astonishing fact. We must never forget about that fact. We must try to reduce that percentage, but until we do, let's not forget about it. But it's not just about rights, it's not just about mortality and morbidity, it's also about economics. And one of our former colleagues, John Hodnott, did a series of analyses for us and said if we scaled up nutrition-specific interventions to 90% coverage, we know what impact that would have on stunting. Marie told us on average it's about 20%. But what would that do in terms of the benefits generated from that reduction in stunting, and how do we set those against the costs? And if we do that, if we calculate the benefits and we calculate the costs, what kind of benefit to cost ratio do we get? So for 40 countries in the report, the median number is 16. In other words, for every dollar you invest, every rupee, every peso, every kwacha you invest in scaling up nutrition interventions, you get 16 back. And for those of you interested in the stock market, that's a 30-year compound rate of interest of 10%, which is, as you will know, a fantastic intervention and a fantastic performance, and it outperforms the Dow Jones over the last 80 years. You may have noticed some recent results from reported by the Copenhagen Consensus. Came out just last month. They're even higher than these. It's the same analysis. They've just taken the optimistic estimates, which show 60 to 1. We prefer these because they are more realistic and less optimistic, and therefore we think that these are the real estimates. These are the numbers behind the 16, and I just showed you them just to show you that there's an incredible variation. Some countries will have benefit cost ratios around 4. Some will have benefit cost ratios in the 20, and these are for the African countries. I thought I would show you some of those. So it's not just Asian countries or Latin American countries. It's all countries are showing these massive benefit cost ratios. Now, we also talk about how good nutrition supports intergenerational equity. And we make this point because sustainable development at its heart is about intergenerational equity. What are we doing in this generation that constrains or enables future generations to develop? And we remind people of the fact that adolescent girls who are malnourished are more likely to give birth to malnourished babies, or more likely to grow up into malnourished adults. And if they're girls, they're more likely again to give birth to malnourished babies. So there's a cycle that needs to be broken. It's not just a please use your influence to lobby for it. Now, whichever way you look at the world, malnutrition affects every country, whether it's overweight, obesity, stunting, micronutrient malnutrition, wasting, you name it. Nearly every country in the world is affected by it. And in fact, the new normal really is countries dealing with many of these manifestations of malnutrition at the same time. So the complexity of the situation is increased, and I think that will cause sort of palpitations for many policymakers. We don't like complexity in the policy world. However, it does also offer new opportunities for new alliances to be formed. So don't stick your head in the sand if you're a policymaker, or put cover your eyes. Embrace the complexity and look for new ways, new alliances, new partnerships, new sectors that can be brought in to increasing the circle of commitment to deal with malnutrition. We talk about how the world is off course. This is no news for those of you that follow the WHO, World Bank, UNICEF reports every year. The world is off course for these 6 World Health Assembly indicators. However, behind that global picture, a number of fantastic country examples. 69 or more countries are on target. 69 countries are on target for one or more of these indicators. That's good news. The bad news is that 31 countries are not on target for any of them. But let's accentuate the positive. 69 are on target. And here are some examples of countries making fantastic strides forward in dealing with stunting, dealing with overweight, and improving exclusive breastfeeding. So behind the numbers, there are really compelling stories, and we need to tell the stories. And that's what's so great about the NIPIN initiative. It will start telling stories. It won't slice and dice the nutrition story. It'll put it all together. I wanted to give you a bit of good news as well from some of we're currently preparing the 2015 Global Nutrition Report, and here are some surveys that have come out since, I think since September of last year, some new surveys, national surveys from governments, DHS and MICS. And the red bar says, what's the current rate of progress in reducing stunting? The yellow bar is the target rate that needs to be achieved to meet the World Health Assembly goals in 2025. And so you can see for many of the countries, at least half of them, their current rates, their most recent rates of stunting reduction are actually in excess of the rates required to meet the World Health Assembly targets. So that's great. Even when they don't meet the yellow bar, even when the red bar is just below the yellow bar, for countries like Namibia and Zimbabwe and Malawi, these are still very good rates of stunting reduction. So there is good news, and I think we need to acknowledge that. To accelerate those rates of improvement, we need to scale up nutrition, not just in terms of coverage, but also in terms of quality. And we, in the report, the last year's report and this year's report, we talk a lot about why do some countries do well on scaling up some interventions, but not well on others? And if you look at this slide, this rather messy slide, it talks about 8 different interventions or practices that we know are important for reducing malnutrition. These are the so-called nutrition-specific practices or interventions. And the range of the arrows just shows you at the top the countries that are doing really well at coverage. So 100% is the maximum. So Malawi, 95% early initiation of breastfeedings within 1 hour of birth. At the bottom of the arrow is 8%. That's the country that only has 8% coverage. So first of all, very wide range of coverage. That's good news in a way, because it says the scope for improving coverage is large. But we don't know enough about why is Malawi doing so well on that and not on others? Why is Rwanda doing so well on exclusive breastfeeding but not on others? So if we can find out more about why countries are doing well on some interventions and not others, we can really expand and increase the scale up of interventions. And we try in the 2015 report to find out why some countries are doing well and some countries are not doing well, without much success, I might add. We can't figure out what are the correlates. Now, in 2013, that's gone up a lot. That's gone up to about 0.9 billion, so that's great. Nutrition sensitive is about 1 billion. That's gone up a bit as well to about 1.5 billion. So we've gone up from about 1.5 billion total to about 2.2 billion in 2013, but it's still 135 billion is the overall development assistance package. 45% of child deaths are associated with undernutrition. 2% of ODA is allocated to dealing with undernutrition. There's something not right with that picture. We also talk about how strong accountability needs empowered citizens. We talk about different methodologies and different tools that are available. We say, please, nutrition community, please, European Union, please, ACP member states, experiment with these innovations, experiment with these mechanisms for improving a community's ability to hold service providers accountable for the quality and the timeliness and the coverage of interventions. And then finally, we talk about data. We talk a lot about nutrition data revolutions, about data revolutions in general. So we took a look at the data that exist for nutrition. We found, for example, 49% of countries don't have enough data to assess if they're on or off course for the World Health Assembly indicators. So these are targets that all ministers of health signed up to in 2012, including ACP ministers of health, and yet half of the countries don't have the right data to be able to track whether you're on or off course. In addition, 40% of the most recent child growth surveys, the anthropometric surveys, are over 5 years old. You wouldn't run your economic strategy on data over 5 years old. Why would you run your nutrition strategy on data that are over 5 years old? This is simply not acceptable. Data is a fantastic investment. It's very inexpensive. The problem with it is it's not terribly exciting for investors because it's essentially an open source. But it's foundational. If you want to know what you're doing and where you are and where you're going and what direction you're heading, if you want more money for nutrition, you've got to ensure that you're getting more nutrition for the existing money. And so that means data, because that's the only way you're going to figure out if you're getting more nutrition for your existing spend. So finally, the recommended actions: embed nutrition more strongly in SDGs, develop more ambitious 2030 targets. I haven't talked about that, but we can. Embrace the complexity of multiple burdens. You might find some new and interesting and powerful alliances. Relentless focus on coverage of nutrition-specific interventions, because that's a very tangible expression of commitment and accountability. Find resources outside of the health sector for nutrition-sensitive interventions. I didn't talk much about this, but Marie and others have. That's where the big money is. Let's try and get more of that money into the nutrition sphere. Invest in a nutrition data revolution, and then be accountability champions. You can't call for more accountability for nutrition unless you yourself are accountability champions. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup pour cette...
Thank you very much for that detailed outline on the Global Nutrition Report. We got extremely useful information which could feed into a future discussion. Maybe I can touch on two factors. On the low volume of resources which have been identified and which are supposed to be channeled to the nutrition support sector. As was stated previously, it's perhaps not the real figures, but we can't get accurate, reliable statistics. But this can be linked to the reason why you were saying, and Jean-Pierre Alquin also said this, things are working well in some countries, but people don't understand exactly why. If you want to increase the resources, you have to understand why, so that where you can invest with the maximum impact possible. Obviously, improving accountability. So you have to understand why some things are working in some countries and others not. But if you're speaking about figures, you said that $1 on average invested earns $16. $1 invested in nutrition earns $16. Well, we have to be cautious here. The ideal thing would be to make sure that the marginal effect of the dollar invested be as low as possible. The higher it is, it means that the nutrition issue is a critical juncture. So from an economic standpoint, there's a mechanism which comes into play. Our objective in a pinch, we have to look at the statistics, is that there is a collective effect and not a marginal effect. The marginal effect has to be as low as possible. We have to avoid malnutrition being prevalent, and then by investing, you make it worse. So I think the next presentation will be with Stineker. I hope I pronounce it well. Odema, who is an official in Concord, a nutritionist, but also an economist on agricultural issues. She has worked a lot with international organizations such as UNICEF, etc. But she's now working for Concord, and also working for a Dutch NGO. So she can give us her views from the NGO standpoint as to how the issue of nutrition is broached and what lessons we can learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, I will also try to stick within my 10 minutes, but I will also be very honest with you. Yes, I work with ICCO in the Netherlands, but today I will represent Concord, an NGO conglomeration of about 250 NGOs. But I will also refer to my work that I've done for the Committee on World Food Security, leading the civil society mechanism in the committee. So I will use my several hats, and I will try to make clear when I will be using which hat. So I've been asked to speak about the role of civil society organizations in the support of nutrition. And in order to do that well, I will start off with saying something about a joint vision that civil society has elaborated in the support of nutrition. And then, of course, I will go a little bit more in depth in the several roles of civil society. I will give some examples, and I will end off with saying something about partnerships. And I hope that will give us enough input for a good discussion. While I'll be speaking, I will try also to combine the aspects of policy and politics into the more technical aspects of nutrition. Nutrition is not just about doing things in the right way, it's also about doing the right things and making the right political decisions in support of people that in fact suffer from malnutrition and hunger. So the vision of civil society organizations, this is not just my opinion. This is something we jointly collaborated with about 300 organizations in the running up towards the International Conference on Nutrition that took place last November. So this one is broader than just the Concord vision. It has to do with a civil society mechanism because we were able to mobilize many people from all over the world, not just Europe, but of course it also uses the visions we have developed within Concord as well. So we think as civil society that in order to improve nutrition, you need to build on the 4 pillars of human rights, coherent and coordinated management of nutrition throughout the life cycle, and sovereign and local food and agriculture system based on agro-biodiversity, as well as good governance. Let me briefly dig into these 4 pillars a little bit. The first one, human rights and right-based approaches, of course central to that one is also gender and women's rights. I think Marie Ruel already spoke about the centrality of gender when you want to address nutrition, so that comes back very strongly in this pillar. But then in addition, it's also about peasant rights, people that produce our food. And it's also about consumer rights, people that eat the food. And we as civil society think that we need to work from a right-based approach in order to ensure that these people have a good and healthy diet. And this also leads to political decisions about where to focus your programs on, where to spend your money on. Now to a more technical aspect of nutrition. Of course, we as NGOs, as civil society organizations, we acknowledge the 1,000 days. We see the importance of investing in the first 1,000 days of a child, as well as the young girls even before they become pregnant. But then again, it's also, of course, other age groups that have specific needs. And throughout your intervention, you need to take those into account. Then again, nutrition, several speakers already spoke about the enabling environment and the indirect or the nutrition-sensitive interventions. And we as civil society think that it's very important to look at the food system, to look also at the underlying causes of malnutrition. And in order to improve nutrition, we think apart from the direct nutrition interventions, you need to work towards sovereign and local food and agriculture systems that are based on agro-diverse systems. We as nutritionists, we always like to speak, we need a diverse diet. But in order to have a diverse diet, you would also need a diverse agric system. Then lastly, the governance of food and nutrition security. I will get back to the global governance in a later stage. For now, I would like to quote Olivier de Schutter, the former special rapporteur on the right to food, who said, "Sustainable food systems start at local level." And it combines all the activities from food production until the actual consumption of the food. But that should be strengthened at local level. So the roles of CSOs. Back to Concord. Concord, as I said, is a group of European NGOs. And we as European NGOs we recognize that it is very essential that we are, as European NGOs, in solidarity with self-organized movements of the people that are most affected by hunger and malnutrition. It's not that we claim to have the solutions. It's in collaboration with people in Africa, Latin America, and Asia that we jointly come to improve nutrition. But then again, also, what is special about NGOs is that, and civil society organizations, is that we are able to reach out far and deeply into the communities that are most affected by malnutrition. To the contrary, often we need to combine both the political work and the technical and practical work. In ICO Netherlands, we state that our prime objective is to strengthen local civil society organizations at national level in, for example, Malawi or Mali, but also at local level. And we try to support coalitions of national NGOs or social movements in order for them to develop and strengthen local and sustainable food systems, and that combine both direct nutrition interventions such as breastfeeding promotion, but also better and diverse agriculture systems. And to give you an example, we have done this work in Benin for many years, and now in fact we are making ourselves as an organization redundant. We spoke about scaling up nutrition, that's so important. And we, as a single NGO in the Netherlands, of course we are limited in our outreach, and of course we are limited in our funds. But what happened through the years of support, now the World Bank has seen that the quality of the work that's done by the local NGOs is of such quality that they are going to fund directly those Benin organization without intervention of ICO anymore. I think that's an excellent result of our work. I think we should make ourselves redundant as European NGOs. My director is not in the room, so I can speak freely. But honestly, I do think that's very important. But then, of course, I'm also, as a person, and also my colleagues in worldwide, we are active in many of these policy conversations and policy dialogues in order to create this and support this enabling environment. Throughout the work, gender has been mentioned. I'll mention it again. It's important, of course. Yeah, let me skip this one in order of time because I thought I was going to be on the second panel. Just one thing. When we do value chains in Uganda, for example, we try to bring the added value as low in the chain as possible. So it's not just the value chain that from the movement of a commodity from point A to point D, from Ethiopia to a supermarket in the Netherlands, for example. The added value should be in the chain as low as possible with the farmers. Governance. I promised you I would say something about governance. Many speakers already said that nutrition is an intersectoral issue. And we already heard of many different type of actors also that are active in nutrition. So we definitely need good governance because this is a chaos. This is a jigsaw puzzle, but it could even be 5 puzzles. How do we know that we actually all work at the same puzzle? How can we create order in this chaos, and how are we going to ensure that we all work coherently towards the same goal? That brings me to the next one. Nutrition asks for several solutions, asks for an integrated approach. Nutrition governance at global level, I already said that it's important to have locally owned food systems, but then again, in order to be coherent worldwide and in order to be able to create this enabling environment, we need governments and other actors to sit at the table and discuss together about how to improve coherency and policy convergence. The Committee on World Food Security, as we see and as they state for themselves, is the foremost inclusive global platform that is working on food security and nutrition issues at international level. It worked from a right-based approach, and all actors are at the table. Civil society is there, private sector is there. Of course, it's an intergovernmental institute. Governments are in the lead and should be in the lead, but there is a dialogue ongoing with other actors. More about governments, you can read in our Concord paper that we produced last year, titled Justice, Democracy and Diversity in the Food System. I think it's available somewhere in the room, but you may want to check out for yourself. I mentioned the Committee on World Food Security, and I know the committee has been very weak on nutrition, unfortunately. But the news is now that last Wednesday we had a meeting in Rome, and we decided, together with the group that works on the multi-year plan of work, that nutrition will be a major work stream in the coming 2 years. And in addition to that, because nutrition is not just something that you can single out from food security, it will be a standing issue for the longer term. So finally, we will have an opportunity here for policy coherence and coordination at global level. The theme, which part of nutrition we will discuss, has not been defined yet, but most likely it will be around changing food systems and what does that mean for good nutrition. To finalize, a few words about partnerships. That's of course also related to good governance. The previous speakers already said that nutrition is intersectoral. No one can do it alone, and nutrition brings on board many actors, including private sector actors. And that's also very often a sensitive issue. People either like it very much, or people like to stay out of it. Private sector, of course, is about profit making, adding value, income. And all those elements can lead to improved food and nutrition security under certain conditions, of course. For example, gender you need to take into account. As I said before, when you speak about a partnership with the private sector, we should think about adding value in the chain as low as possible. But then again, you can also think about what kind of product or what kind of services the private sector could develop. And whatever you do, again, it's important to reach, as we say, the BOP, the base of the pyramid, both producers and consumers with several products that are relevant to improve nutrition. We as ICO, we work together with private sector. We like to work with private sector at local level with small, medium enterprises. But we also work together with private sector, for example, in the Netherlands, in bigger networks. And why do we do that? Because we think the private sector could bring in resources, including knowledge. But still, you need to take into account the governance aspects and who will stay or who is in control of your food system. So, as I said, as civil society, we think local people at local level should be in control of their own food systems, and we also think that even though you have partnerships, governments should stay in control. Governments should set the stage, should set the policy frames within which other actors can do their job. When you bring it back to working together with the private sector, you bump into the issue of conflicts of interest. And that's really a complicated thing. It's not easy. We shouldn't close our eyes, and we should discuss it, and we should try to improve on it. However, it's not easy. It's built in our system. It's sometimes even a company itself cannot decide about the exact course because the shareholders that are further down the line. So it's not easy, and we should be aware of it. As soon as you enter into partnership, take this into account. How do we deal with that as ICO? We of course have corporate social responsibility policies. look at it, of course, at the private sector partner, but also we ourselves, we set our own values and we state our principles that we follow with whom we work and how we work, and that we also ask from the private partner, from the private sector partners with whom we work. And therefore we have developed this traffic light system for exclusion, we don't like to work with you, and inclusion, we do want to work with you. So I hope I have stayed within my 10 minutes, and I hope I did provide some input for discussion. I'd like to leave it here. Thank you.
Merci, je ne reprendrai pas.
Thank you. I am not going to answer the question as to whether you kept to the time imparted to you, but thank you for that extremely important information. We can just spend 10 minutes discussing this. Just to refer to what you said in terms of reinforcing ownership at the local level, maintain the state in its role of organizer, to put in place a regulatory framework in order to make it possible for all these stakeholders to function in a balanced manner. There were a few good agricultural development plans and projects on the part of the government which were blocked. International NGOs abandoned their partnership with Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea-Bissau NGOs, local NGOs, have taken things in hand and are doing remarkable work in order to survive. And they have saved the country. There would be even more hunger if those NGOs had not got down to work. The EU sanctioned the country because of political instability. That did have some repercussions on the work of the local NGOs, which have difficulties in continuing to get help. Now, the local NGOs, could you ask your question, please? Could you ask your question, please? The question is, the gentleman spoke about a system, a top-down system. There are also other avenues to explore. If you go along with what the gentleman said, the NGOs in Guinea-Bissau and even in Cote d'Ivoire, when there was the civil war, you have NGOs within the country which asked for direct help. Those people work on a multi-sectoral level because they have to face up to a lot of things. They have nutrition objectives. They also know the nutritional mentality of people. That is, the people have certain prejudices, if you want, or culinary habits. Some things need to be changed. So if you have a system, as the gentleman proposes, all those people are excluded. But I think that the lady pointed out that there are NGOs which are performing extremely well and which are helped directly from abroad. So this has to be looked at. There is a lack of information from the bottom up. You have to look at history. For example, when you send missions, do you send them only to the capital, or do you send missions to the hinterland? Yes, thank you, madam. Two colleagues can answer your question, and others may add something. Would anyone else like to ask a question? Those of you at the back, or even can ask questions as well. Find a microphone.
Excusez-moi.
Yes, I apologize.
I work for the Center for Development Innovation in Wageningen at Wageningen University and Research Center. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentations and sharing your insights. I just have a question with regard to the comment that which really interests me as an M&E monitoring evaluation person, that the importance was stressed continuously on accountability and the importance for data, for having data, for planning and accountability, which was called the glue that binds commitment to actions. There were 6 countries selected in the NIPN program that also include Bangladesh and Ethiopia. And in the other presentation, it was mentioned that these countries, these 2, have relatively very high progress in improving nutrition. So one of my questions was, can we see any correlation or even a causal relation between having data on nutrition and the progress that was observed? And if we can, it will be interesting because then we can actually also improve perhaps investments in getting relevant data. A related question is then, at what countries does NIPN try to focus on in its pilots and thereafter, and why? Thank you.
It should work now. Yes. Who wanted to speak? Sorry.
The chair. Shall I ask my question here?
Yes. Please, sorry, I don't know what.
Okay. So the distance has grown between us. Sorry about that. I have a very simple question. The largest food producer in the world is the private sector. So the largest solution provider, probably, if you look at that logic, should also be the private sector. Now, of course, after the break, we come back into partnerships. But so far, I haven't heard much what you all expect from the private sector. And as I'm the only private sector representative, I think, here, maybe you have a message that I can take back to all my friends around the globe.
Merci, je crois c'est bien entendu. Donc,
No, that was very clear. Maybe I can ask Jean-Pierre to answer first. Thank you. I'm going to answer some of the aspects of the 3 questions that were raised. The first relates to countries which are politically unstable and are under political sanctions according to Article 96 of the Cotonou Convention. When a country does not meet certain democratic requirements, cooperation with that country is suspended. Of course, we are trying to send a political message to encourage democracy in the given country. These sanctions are deliberate. We don't want them to negatively affect the populations. So actions in those countries are carried out through the civil society. So that allowed us to maintain cooperation in most of the countries which come under Article 96, or countries outside of the ACP zone where we have suspended cooperation, like North Korea. The second point we mentioned relates to work with the local civil society. We are developing this, and in local grassroots organizations, we provide most support. In 2012 and 2013, we tried to improve professional organizations, agricultural organizations in developing countries. This is one of the activities which is one of the success stories of the EU regarding development and food security, because it allowed us to get results in several areas. Governance and political dialogue. For a government to have a good agricultural policy, it needs to have discussions with professional organizations and farmers' organizations. The second point is the interaction between the rural sector and the private sector in developing countries. And the third issue is capacity building in the rural sector so that they can be better organized. Let me move on to the focal question, the role of the private sector. Well, everyone is convinced that farmers in all over the country is a private sector actor. He is part of a value chain so that his products would eventually reach the market and the consumer, and that's where we see private sector actors. These private sector actors have an important role to play in malnutrition. It's been mentioned by many here, particularly by Lawrence, and there's a lot of work we need to do there so that we can work more closely with the private sector. We have developed a dialogue for some time now. It could have taken less time. We need to bring the private sector in closer collaboration so that we could improve the impact of private sector investment to deal with malnutrition. The EU is going to make a call for proposals on the value chain and the improvement of food products. So there we will be working more closely with the private sector. And there was a third question from our colleague from the University of Wageningen, choice of countries in Nippon. These are countries which are working most on data collection. They've already made a political commitment. What's interesting here is that countries which are involved, they have very little resources, Niger and Bangladesh, and they already have achieved encouraging results. I can't do a correlation between.
They are the conditions that you can begin to achieve something. I'm not familiar with the detailed circumstances in Guinea-Bissau, but it doesn't sound like a propitious place to achieve results, politically or otherwise. So I think these are just it's a very, very difficult circumstance, and all one can hope for is that, in time, civil society will have more space there, capacities will develop, but I certainly don't have any ready-made solutions for the very difficult problem that was described by our colleague.
Thank you. Lawrence, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the private sector question, for the 2015 report, which we're just preparing right now, there is a chapter on business, and one of the pieces of analysis we do is look at the ATNI index, the ATNI scores. ATNI is the Access to Nutrition Index, and they collect 180 indicators on 25 food and beverage companies, the largest 25. And these 170 indicators are essentially setting out, what is the ideal performance, conduct, structure of the food sector for nutrition, both undernutrition and overweight and obesity. So we posed the question, are there any of these 170 indicators where the companies as a set, the 25 companies as a set, don't score any points? They don't perform above zero for these indicators. And it turns out there are about 25 of these 170 indicators where these 25 companies, none of them scores above zero. And the two areas where they perform particularly badly are food labeling, very confusing, very misleading, not clear, non-existent and not clear. And the other area is advertising to young children. Very irresponsible, very flaunting all the laws and legislation and guidelines that are out there. So those are the two areas I would recommend that you take back to your colleagues: advertising to children and food labeling. I just wanted to say very briefly on the data and performance. It's a really interesting question from our colleague from Wageningen. Of course, it's a really difficult question to answer. If you don't have the data, you can't measure the performance. So it's quite difficult to do that. And even if you could do that, you don't know whether it's some other factor driving performance and progress as well as driving data collection. But it's a really good question. The bigger question is, how do you assess the returns to data collection? And I think that's just a great question. If you've got an answer, I'm all ears. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je ne sais pas si ce n'est que...
Thank you. I don't know if Marie wants to add anything.
A bit more about the Guinea-Bissau question or situation. I don't know the country myself, but I do understand it's a very difficult situation. And I would like to add to what Tom already said, also call on donors. In countries like that, it's so important to be there as civil society. Sometimes you even need to start from scratch and to get results that are visible and tangible and that will last. That will take time. And unfortunately, these days, civil society and other actors are more and more under pressure to deliver quick and maybe even dirty results. So a call on donors: be patient, especially in difficult countries. Don't just leave them, but include them in your policy, in your program. Don't close your eyes for the difficult situation. Dare to take risks, but also allow them in your programs. Do not just focus on the more easy countries. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup et merci pour vos...
Thank you, and thank you for your contributions. On Guinea-Bissau, madam, I was going to say that when there's situations like that, you should get in touch with the ACP. We have some member states who are under sanctions, but we never abandon dialogue with our European partners. As it was said, we try, even if the state or government is penalized, support for the population is maintained, and we find mechanisms to do that. So please don't hesitate to get in touch with that. We've helped a lot of countries to come out of that situation, including Guinea-Bissau, because we maintain a dialogue between that country and the EU. Well, maybe you don't know everything, but it's your role to inform us of what's happening on the ground, and we try to do whatever we can. Now, since we are working with the CTA, and I see that the FAO is also here, well, we in the ACP, we are trying to create an event involving the private sector as a side event for the Nairobi issue. Well, even if we can't change the text, they've reached a sensitive balance, and it's difficult to tamper with that. But if we can't change the text on the development goals, well, we have the ACP group, which is a big group of developing countries, and we will work on that. So in the Nairobi meeting, we are going to get help from the FAO, the CTA, ACP, EU partners. We are trying to create an event at the Addis meeting on nutrition and investment in agribusiness for nutrition and food security. This is something we are trying to set up. We are not sure that we'll get there, but we are trying our best to make sure that that does happen. We're going to stop here for the time being, 10 minutes, a 10-minute break, and we'd like to tell you that coffee is downstairs, but I'll let Isolina give you further information.
And thank you for chairing this panel. Thank you to all the speakers. You would recognize with me it was very, very nice presentations, very interesting. So perhaps we applaud them. You did already? So you have to help me because we have some challenges. There is some meetings, as we said at the beginning, of ambassadors because the ministerial next week, which were unplanned. So we cannot make too much noise by the coffee space now. So please, if you could take that on mind. If you have coffee, you go to the side, just the stairs. If you have tea, you go to the small cafeteria straight away because it's a bit divided, not to make too much noise. If you can make it in 10 minutes, you can even bring your coffee or tea, which is sometimes not forbidden, but it's possible today. Thank you very much. Please, can everybody have a seat? We are very late. You are so difficult to get back into the room, I tell you. The day I retire, I will be so happy. Please, you can have a seat.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your previous chairman had to go out to a meeting somewhere in this house. He said he will come back, but in the meantime, I have been asked to chair this meeting. This has happened before. My name is Eric Tollens. I'm a professor emeritus from the Catholic University of Leuven in Belgium, and I also happen to be the chairman of the executive board of CTA. So that's probably why they asked me. Anyway. The problem is we are already 45 minutes behind time, so catching up will be difficult, but we'll try. Just in a summary from this first session, we already learned a lot about nutrition. I like to cite Jean-Pierre Halquin. It's a challenge that can be met. It's a challenge that can be met. So that's very important. Now, we have 5 speakers, and most of the speakers in this second session, this second panel, is about, it's bottom up, it's from the field, experiences from countries, experiences from the private sector, from NGOs, so it should be an interesting session. Our first speaker is Robina Mulenga. She is from Zambia. She's the executive director of the National Food and Nutrition Commission. And she will tell us a story about, successes in working on nutrition in Zambia. Zambia is one of the success stories, so please listen to her. Robina.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I feel very honored and privileged to be speaking before this forum. I must admit, when I was told I was going to speak before more than 100 people, it felt a bit daunting, but I'm happy that I came. This is not one of the things that I do very often, but let me try. Thank you very much. As you know, I've been told to speak about successes in country leadership and ownership in addressing malnutrition from the Zambian perspective. And throughout my presentation, my 10-minute presentation, I hope I'll stay within the time. I will try as much to talk to the factors that have already been raised that are needed in order to move forward with the agenda of reducing malnutrition. I'll talk to nutrition governance, to multi-sector approach, country-led government ownership, accountability, and partnerships. And finally, I will conclude with some of the key things I think we should do as Zambia in order to accelerate the progress. Progress has been made, but we need to accelerate it. So what are those things that we need to do? So to begin, I just want to share with you some statistics on nutrition indicators. You will notice that I've compared two periods of times. This data is essentially coming from the Demographic and Health Survey. We have 2007 and then 2013 and 2014. From these indicators, you can see that progress has been made. A bit small, but progress is being made. We see stunting, which has reduced from 45% to 40% in 2013, 2014. Similarly, other indicators have also done the same. I have not mentioned this table does not show the double burden of malnutrition. I think you heard quite a bit about that, and Zambia has not been spared. Zambia is one of those countries that is experiencing the double burden of both under and over nutrition. We've seen, for instance, overweight and obesity, which has increased among women from 19% in 2007 to 23% in 2013 to 2014. Some of the people are attributing first the improvement in nutrition indicators to some people. One school of thought is saying that the efforts that have so far been made in reducing malnutrition are beginning to pay back. A number of things have been done. You hear a bit more about that. Others are saying that the economy of Zambia has been growing above 6% for the last 10 years. So probably some of the benefits are beginning to trickle down to improve the nutrition indicators. That may be so, but at the same time, I just mentioned that we have a double burden of malnutrition, and the thinking is that perhaps as people become more affluent, then they are accessing these cheap, high-calorie foods that are causing the overweight and obesity. So this is just to lay the groundwork from nutrition indicators now to what Zambia has done. The first one, this is in the area of nutrition governance and legislation. The first one is that Zambia set up the National Food and Nutrition Commission in 1967 by an act of parliament. If I may recall, I think Zambia was one of the very few countries that did this. Other countries within the region came to Zambia to learn how to set up a nutrition institution. So that was a plus. There have been nutrition-specific legislation. I can mention we have a national food and nutrition policy, which talks a lot about multi-sector approach. That we cannot address the problem of malnutrition if we don't have a multi-sector approach. We have the 6th National Development Plan, 2011 to 2016, in which food and nutrition is considered a cross-cutting issue. And then we have, since 2011, developed the first multi-sectoral response or strategy to combat malnutrition in Zambia, which is a strategic plan 2011 to 2015. And out of that, we have operationalized one program. We have articulated a program called the First 1,000 Most Critical Days program, which is a program running from 2013 to 2015, which is a key strategy that Zambia has for reducing stunting. We also have nutrition mentioned in other strategic plans and policies. I can talk about poverty reduction strategy, the National Health Strategic Plan, the National Agricultural Investment Plan, and so on. So that is on policies. I'm not too sure you can read this. It's a table. You can't. I'll talk a little bit about it. These are the programs that we have articulated for the 1,000 most critical days. Much of the focus is on nutrition-specific interventions. In there is iron and folic acid supplementation, multiple nutrients, promoting breastfeeding, growth monitoring and promotion, and so on. The top part, ABC, as nutrition-specific interventions, but in the day, we have nutrition-sensitive interventions, and in there we have promotion of diverse foods for pregnant women, promotion of safe water and sanitation, promotion of increased availability of diverse locally available food. I think that there is much we can do, especially in the nutrition-sensitive interventions. Particularly, we heard a lot about making the whole agricultural system nutrition-sensitive. I think there is a lot that we can do in that area as well as in Zambia. This one is just an illustration of what we think should be happening at the community level in delivering multi-sectoral approach to combating malnutrition. This came out of a workshop I recently attended, which talked about how we can accelerate progress in reducing stunting. One of the challenges that have been seen currently, if you allow me to just explain a little bit, is that the programs I just mentioned are implemented by different ministries, and different ministries have structures at the community level. So each one of the ministry is delivering the programs in a parallel manner, so to speak. So we think that there is a gap there, and we are currently talking about how we can fill in this gap. And one way which has been proposed is to have these so-called household support agents who will be working with households directly and also linking the households to services. And services, I'm talking about agriculture, health, education, water, and sanitation at the community level. We think that if we close this loop, we might be able to make much more progress faster. What are some of the factors that have driven what we are calling success for Zambia? We have this political commitment. In 2011, we had a forum which was actually officiated by the president of Zambia, which directed that we needed a country comprehensive strategy to reduce malnutrition. And this is where the National Food and Nutrition Strategic Plan or strategy was born from. We have also have had high political representation at Nutrition for Growth Summit in London, at which the Zambian government endorsed the Nutrition for Growth Compact and making commitments to reduce stunting. And these are the commitments: resolving human resource gaps in five key line ministries that are implementing nutrition, increasing financial allocations to nutrition budget lines by 20% every year, to reach an average of $30 per child under 2, which has been recommended by the World Bank. And then gradually matching increased donor contributions to nutrition, progressively encouraging private sector. There was quite a bit of discussion about private sector and how they can be involved. We are doing quite a lot of work. We formed a SUN business network in Zambia, where we are bringing the private sector, the food manufacturers, the producers together to be able to talk about how they can make their work more nutrition sensitive, how we can facilitate production of high nutrient foods for children. We have increasing governance of the nutrition sector by establishing high-level oversight. Currently, we have, I'll now talk about it again, we have a steering committee of permanent secretaries, which is acting as a steering body for nutrition and which is advising the cabinet office at that highest level of decision-making. And then we are reviewing the NFNC Act, which is 1964. Everyone agrees that it is outdated. It cannot facilitate the kind of thinking that we have around nutrition. So the government agreed that, yes, it's time to review the National Food and Nutrition Act. Besides changing its functionality, we would like to give the National Food and Nutrition Commission a political clout to convene others around issues of nutrition. So that is under very serious consideration right now. Let's look at the nutrition budget and expenditure. We don't seem to have done very well. We don't seem to be investing that much money in nutrition. But I personally think that the problem that we have is that we do not have a mechanism to identify financial flows to nutrition. The government might as well be putting in more money than we think, but we don't know. And this is an area that we really need to put effort to know, so that we can be able to track the financial flows to nutrition. Partnerships and networking. Zambia is one of those countries subscribing or being a member of the SUN, the Scaling Up Nutrition. We became members in 2011. And this, I would say, this is what has boosted all thought discussions around nutrition in Zambia. There is a whole different set of thinking around nutrition because of the Scaling Up Nutrition. We have we have under the framework of the 1,000 Most Critical Days program, we have the coordination framework. And I just want to show you this. You may not be able to read it. The font is a bit too small, I'm afraid. But this is the mechanism that has been established and which all stakeholders have agreed to, that this is what we need in order for the National Food and Nutrition to coordinate actors around nutrition. If you see, we have National Food and Nutrition Commission in the middle there, acting as a secretariat to all these forums. And below the National Food and Nutrition Commission, we have the sub-national levels, the provincial, the regional levels, the district levels, and the community levels. And at the top, then we have the national forums. I mentioned already the cabinet, the steering committee in cabinet, and as well on the top right-hand side, we have the multi-stakeholder forum. This is a forum that is bringing all players in Zambia who are working on the issue of nutrition, who act as an advisory body to the cabinet office, as well as work back and forth with the National Food and Nutrition to bring the nutrition and agenda to the top. So I have already mentioned the Special Committee of Permanent Secretaries. I have also mentioned that we have we have formed the Sun Business Network that is working with the private sector. We are also working very closely with the civil society organizations and they are working towards doing that, mainly by having a consensus on what it constitutes nutrition-sensitive programming. Some of the accountability efforts that have been made, we are in the process of establishing an M&E system, information system, and I'm glad that I found Jean-Pierre here, because a week or so ago I was having some discussions with the EU delegation in Zambia about how we can get support from NIPN to establish what we are calling Zambia Nutrition Information System. The Zambia Information System, if you allow me to just explain it a little bit, is we have this idea of a nutrition information repository which will be sitting in National Food and Nutrition Commission and which will be bringing data from all corners into one place where stakeholders, interested parties can access nutrition information in one place. So that is an area we are working vigorously with, and we have already conceptualized an idea with regard to that. We are working closely with the Sun movement to develop a tool for tracking financial commitments to nutrition. I think you heard about nutrition data, nutrition information. Zambia is one of those countries that has nutrition data, but it is scattered. It's scattered all over, and some of it probably not well analyzed to inform decision making. So these are some of the areas we would like to work with partners to develop. In summary, I just picked what I thought were some key challenges and the way forward. The first one is the difficulty in quantifying and tracking investment in nutrition. I've already talked about the difficulty with agreeing on what constitutes nutrition-sensitive programs or investments. Once we have done that, once we have had a consensus, I think it will become easy. And to do this, we will need to accelerate the work that we are doing with the World Bank and the Sun movement in costing and budget tracking. The second one is the nutrition governance bodies that are not yet fully functional. You remember the diagram that I showed you? We have established some of the mechanisms are working at different levels, but we need to fully operationalize the whole coordination mechanism. And this is another area that we will need to build capacity, both institutional and human capacity. And then lastly is the nutrition management information system. I've already said quite a bit about that. We have ongoing work and we need to just accelerate that, because if we need to be accountable, we will need to have data and information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He is from a big multinational called DSM, originally Dutch state mines. Used to be a producer of salt, but now it's a very large, diversified chemical and food processing, food production company. Originally from the Netherlands, I think, but now they are operating worldwide. And we are privileged to have the Vice President for Corporate Sustainability and Public-Private Partnerships to speak to us about drivers of success and biofortification. Successes in public-private partnerships and the role of the private sector in support of nutrition. Yeah, thank you. Sofogo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed, we started as a mining company. That's a long time ago. And we've reinvented ourselves a couple of times. All the big statistics that we've heard so far, and Lawrence and Marie and others came with the big numbers. If I bring it down, and that's what I need to do to really grasp the idea, since we sort of got moving this morning, 3,000 children died. And I think that's for me the number. And we're talking about 2 billion, and yes, we're talking about big numbers, but actually 3,000 children died where we were talking about it. And we don't want that to continue. So one thing that is very important is to accelerate. That's, I think, the critical message that we have, is how can we go faster, how can we go bigger? That's the challenge, and I think we need to do whatever we can together to make that happen. I think that's just to set the scene, for me at least, so I can grasp it and I can understand it. 3,000 children died, and I don't want it to happen again tomorrow. And maybe that's also saying something about why are we getting involved. We are the largest micronutrient producer in the world, and some people around the world, around the table here, might wonder, why is the private sector interested? Well, one thing is, when we came out of university, there was not that split. The bad guys went into business, bad guys and girls went into business, and all the good guys and girls went into politics and into NGOs, etc. It didn't happen that way. So we also have a heart. We also feel that we have a responsibility, and as a large company active in this space, we actually even have the means to do things, because we have know-how, we have innovation power, we have products that we can all bring to the table and that could help in dealing with the issue. Because what I said before, two things are extremely important, and we can't stress that enough, and that is accelerate and scale. Now, as I said before, the private sector is the largest food producer and food supplier in the world, so we need to make sure that we get that private sector to do what Lawrence and Marie and others want to happen. That's what we all want to happen. That means that we need to improve the food that reaches people, and with the urbanization, we're getting further away from the farm, so the distance between farm to fork is actually growing, and that's where food industry comes into play, and then we need to make sure, and that's where, for instance, the index where Lawrence was referring to comes into play. Then we need to make sure that the food industry is providing food that is actually also good for people and beneficial for people. It has been said before, food systems, what we see, what I'm very concerned about is the agriculture policies that I see around the world happening right now. The focus is so much on growing few staples, and I understand because it's hard currency that you have to spend on imports, but if you look at it from the beneficiaries in your country, from the people in your country, the food that we are now intending to produce is just not meeting their needs, is just not meeting the needs of what the human body actually needs. It's very simple, and we're actually going on the wrong track if we're not careful by having a disconnect between that agricultural policy and the food policy. We need to bring them together. They are one. The agriculture system is part of that food supply system, and that food supply system needs to meet not only quantity, filling an empty stomach, but also quality needs. And I think around the table we all agree to the fact that we need to get that nutrition component aligned. And that's why it's so strange that we have that disconnect between the Ministry of Agriculture, who's focusing on yields, more outputs, the Ministry of Health, of Economy, Finance, who are focusing on how do we get future growth of the development of my society, development of my economy. And then, of course, always the famous number to quote is the Copenhagen Consensus, or now the Global Nutrition Report came out with a little bit different number, but the multiple on the investment on nutrition, everybody agrees, is significant. So why is not more money going into that, and how do we leverage that money much more? Now that's where you see where we came in to play. In 2007 we started to team up with the World Food Programme. That was the first large public-private partnerships that we entered in. World Food, and it's very much around complementary competencies. The World Food Programme, largest food aid distributor in the world. DSM, we're the largest nutrient company in the world. So World Food Programme very much focusing at that point in time in 2007 on filling an empty stomach, very much focusing on calories at that point in time, but starting to realize we keep people alive, but we're not developing them to their maximum potential. We're not developing them to increase earning and learning capabilities of the societies we're serving. So we started to work together, and the target at that point in time was, well, let's improve the food basket that the World Food Programme is providing. That was the challenge. And later we actually put a number to it. We said we need to reach at least 25 to 30 million beneficiaries of the World Food Programme with improved nutrition by 2015. And actually we're a little bit ahead of schedule, because by 2014, I just actually received the numbers yesterday, by 2014 we've reached 25.1 million beneficiaries of the World Food Programme with status of the beneficiaries of the World Food Programme. But we also both had our own accountability. So both of us had our own accountability. We were held to deliver what we promised to deliver to that partnership. And over time, it didn't take that long. There was a good enough cultural fit. If you would walk into a team meeting of a WFP DSM team meeting, you would not be able to recognize who's from WFP and who's from DSM. And that is, I think, very critical, that trust factor, and Stineke was already referring to it, the trust factor, the factor that you need to be able to work together, although you have your own accountability. And that's also one of the things that I would really like better acceptance for. When there's the discussion around conflict of interest, people are always pointed at the private sector. The interesting thing is, if there is anybody around a table where decisions are made who doesn't have an interest, let he or she remove himself or herself from that table. Because you can only be at the table if you have an interest. Otherwise, what are you actually contributing? So everybody has an interest. I hope everybody has an interest. Whether it's science, whether it's civil society, whether it is the UN organizations, whether it's the private sector, or whether it's governments, everybody should feel an interest. And then, of course, what I fully agree, we need to have transparency on that interest. But let's stop talking about a conflict of interest, because everybody has a certain conflict of interest. And let's be very clear about that. So let's declare our interests and be open about it, and let's find the right balance in that, managing that interest. And that, I think, for instance, is a very key role for civil society to keep everybody honest and on their toes. So I really welcome the fact that we have civil society organizations be part of that. We also have other partnerships with UNICEF and with World Vision. And so you see that it becomes easier if you're getting into that field. You can't manage too many partnerships. I have to also there say that we will restrict ourselves to a certain extent, because you can't go too far. You can't team up with too many partners, then it becomes you're losing track. But there's a couple of big challenges. One of the next big challenges is, for instance, can we look at the next big staple that we could fortify, which for instance would be rice. And so there also we will be looking into how do we bring that into partnerships, how do we get the trust, and how do we start piloting it. So important, I think, for partnerships, as I said already, a couple of things. It's trust, it's a shared vision, it's each has their own accountability, it's transparency, a statement of interest, what are we actually contributing there. Those are important success factors. And what is also extremely important, I think, going forward, the lesson learned, what I would like to certainly like to see more focus and attention to also in the UN organizations is a very strict due diligence. I think it's extremely critical for all organizations who enter into partnerships to do a very good due diligence on their partner, so you don't end up, you reduce your risk. So far we have not yet seen big disasters, but it could happen if you don't really check on your partner. The second thing is, and I think that's also a message of this morning, let's try to get out of our silos and let's start working much more in networks and much more based upon trust. I think there we still have a long way to go. Also in Sun, we are getting together, but it's still organized around silos rather than around topics, and I prefer that it would be organized around topics. And the third thing is, the third message that I would like to leave with you is, and I've said it before, but I think it's extremely critical, work with that shared vision and complement it with each has their own accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Foko. I didn't know that DSM was the largest producer of micronutrients in the world. I understand something like 2 billion people still lack somehow micronutrients in their diet. I mean, what is called the hidden hunger. So, I mean, it's quite a responsibility and a challenge for DSM, you know, to meet that challenge.
It's not only in the developing world.
Yeah.
11 million Americans are also suffering from malnutrition.
Yeah, in the world. Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. I'm sure we'll have some questions from you afterwards. We have to move on with the program. Our next speaker is Lister Katsfairo. I think he is from Zimbabwe, working in Rwanda. Country manager of Harvest Plus. Harvest Plus was and is still a CGR program on, making agriculture crops more nutrient dense, making them more nutritious. So he is going to bring us the case study of iron biofortified beans in Rwanda. And you have to know that in Rwanda, beans is a major food staple. I think the most important source of protein in Rwanda is from beans. So, Lister.
Thank you, Chair. My job is usually to get the job done and to get the crop out to the people. So if my speaking skills are not as good as everything else, bear with me. So let me start off by saying Harvest Plus actually works with several partners across all value chains, all the way from policy, inception, ideas, development, and getting the crop right up to the plate. So we work with more than 250 partners across the globe. Right, so we've had malnutrition is a multi-sectoral approach, and several different approaches are actually being used to address malnutrition. But I will zero in on the agricultural approach, which is the biofortification process. Where we actually give the ability to address the micronutrient deficiencies to the farmers, who are the ones who actually need the nutrients most. So this is where I'll actually tend to zero in on my presentation. Now, there are several questions that people ask. Can breeding increase the nutrient levels? Well, we've got several crops that have actually been officially released now. There you can actually see orange maize, we've got beans, we've got sweet potato, we've got rice, we've got several crops, cassava. So the answer to that is yes, we do have the crops actually released with high nutrient levels across. And then, do the actual extra nutrients in the crops actually improve the nutritional status? we have had a lot of efficacy studies that actually been done, and in your files you've got actually more evidence of the nutritional status. Are farmers growing the biofortified crops? Well, they are growing, they are consuming. Currently, by 2014, we had actually reached 2 million households actively growing and consuming. And our target is actually to try and get this number up to 10 million by 2018. This is actually in our own direct intervention countries. And if we use partnership countries, we will hope to get actually higher numbers than that. With partnerships, we hope we can even increase that number. And then biofortification is a cost-effective central one-time investment. So once you have actually invested in producing the variety, the farmers can continue to actually grow the crop with very little input. And then you can actually, for crops where you actually use farm-saved seed, you can actually have a lot of additional households reached with a single investment at breeding level. Now, that gives you an indication of the countries that Harvest Plus actually calls our target countries. These are the countries where we're actually working directly, where we have infrastructure teams working on the ground, actively working with partners, with government to disseminate the crops. Now, we do also have more biofortification activities happening across, and then in these target countries is where we have actually reached 2 million farming households. And that gives you an idea of where biofortification is happening across the globe. Now, which crops do we put in which countries? We have a model called a biofortification prioritization index, which actually tells us where we would get better investment with which crops in which country. So for more details on that one, I would actually ask you, you can actually find it on that website, which actually then actually guides us on where to actually do our investment with regards to biofortified crops and everything. In this area, I would actually want to zero in on Rwanda with the bean example, where we actually first officially released varieties in 2010. To date, we have released 10 biofortified bean varieties, working hand in hand with the government and the breeding, working hand in hand with the CG, CIAT in this case, for development of these varieties. And then we have actually intensive dissemination began only in March in 2012, and to date, we have reached more than 800,000 households. This work has actually been made possible because, one, the government actually owns the initiative. So you will see in a later slide that we're talking of several government ministries that are actually coming to be involved in the dissemination and the planning and the policy enabling. Also, the private sector is also involved in the process. So you have seed companies coming in. You also have people in the private sector creating the demand. Indication of our activities. And this likes of WFP. So all these several partners are actually coming in into the process of delivering these commodities. And then, as we go forward, what are our next steps? We actually up through NGOs, through multilaterals. We also hope to actually strengthen the seed systems and market linkages, because we have a wealth of experience in this. We have been actually been doing it. We actually also hope to actually reach a critical and sustainable market share of not just iron beans, but of all the other biofortified crops that we are actually working on. Then in Rwanda itself, we actually hope to then address more micronutrient deficiencies by introducing more crops. In this case, beans give us iron. We hope to bring in maize for vitamin A, and we are bringing in Irish potato, sweet potato as well. Then we hope to actually generate, share, document, and be able to be telling the story of biofortification and how we can actually then support our partners in scaling up and getting this initiative out there. So it's actually through the partnership and the wealth of information gathered. Currently, we are actually doing an impact assessment on biofortification in Rwanda, because the government also needs this data to be able to sell their program. So these are some of the things that we have actually been doing, And this is some of the things that we have been driving as Harvest Plus to try and get this whole thing in addressing malnutrition in conjunction with all the other programs and initiatives addressing malnutrition. Thank you.
Thank you, Lister. A good example of, showing the potential and the range of bio-fortified crops. The Harvest Plus program is also managed by IFPRI, and I just mentioned to you that the largest donor to the Harvest Plus program is the European Commission. So we move on. The next speaker is Rose Ndolo. She is from Kenya. She worked for several NGOs in Kenya, mainly in refugee camps, also in the largest refugee camp, I think, in the world, in Dadaab. She worked for UNICEF, for CARE, for World Vision, and now she still works, she worked for World Vision in Kenya 5 years. Now she is based in the UK, where she coordinates programs for World Vision, especially on the...
Then today I'll be talking about Kenya, where I've worked with World Vision for 5 years before I moved to work with World Vision. And today I'll be talking more on what's on the left-hand side, the adequate household food security and livelihoods part, which then leads to the adequate dietary intake and improving nutrition for the most vulnerable groups. And our framework is largely based on the nutrition conceptual framework for malnutrition from UNICEF. Yeah. Then in Kenya, from the GNR, the Global Nutrition Report, it's one of the countries that's not on course to meet the World Health Assembly targets for stunting and wasting. And in fact, until 2008, now there is new data from the 2014 Demographic Health Survey. There has not been any much significant change in nutritional status for children, and therefore things needed to be done differently. The good news is that Kenya is a member of Scaling Up Nutrition Movement, and in February the First Lady of Kenya became the patron for nutrition, so she's going to be championing nutrition, and hopefully things will change at a political level. So when we get to the first case study, linking nutrition and agriculture, I'll talk about this UNICEF project, UNICEF funded project in one of the arid counties in Kenya, and how that nutrition specific project was linking with a livelihoods project within the same area. Two projects within the same area, but each with its own objectives. And I just give a case study of one of the groups within the project area, and there are many groups of this kind, groups formed around infant and young child nutrition, so trying to organize caregivers, especially women, into groups to be able to learn together and do things together. So this one group, Majayo group, is 14 women with children under 2 years. Very important. It's a critical window of opportunity. It's very vulnerable groups, or they are doing agricultural activities, then you can combine up to 2 groups. So this is a big group of about 28 people. And these groups learn together on agricultural practices. They are trained by the agriculture extension workers from Ministry of Agriculture, as much as the project is, a nutrition-specific project under the health sector. So it's really trying to create those collaborations between ministries and sectors, which can be very complex, but it's important to be able to do that. And they are trained on home gardening and also rearing of small stock, so trying to improve food security at the household level. And of course, they get support, including farm inputs, seeds, promotion of very interesting partnership between World Vision, International Medical Corps, and importantly, St. Joseph's Shelter of Hope. These are local organizations, so trying to build capacity of the local organizations as well to, to be able to deliver this kind of work. So the caregivers of children that are being in CMAM programs, children with severe acute malnutrition particularly, are trained on agronomic practices, on how to set up home gardens, being able to produce diversified crops and consumption for those crops. And then they also how to keep small stock. And this is, and World Vision uses the positive deviance health approach a lot, where you're working with communities to understand the positive behaviors within poor households that have well-nourished children, and then identify what are the positive things they do with those households and how are they managing to have well-nourished children, and develop messages, from those positive community practices. And then children who are underweight then get enrolled into a program where they learn, the caregivers learn for 12 days on different practices: child caring, child feeding, health-seeking behavior, hygiene and sanitation. And you can see, this is in one of the homes where caregivers come together for an afternoon, 2 hours, learn together, prepare the meal, and nutrient-rich meal together. They learn the skills of even obtaining the food. They bring the food themselves. So it's about learning the skills of how do you get this food, how do you prepare it, and how do you feed it in an hygienic manner, and how, what other services do the children need, what other nutrition and health services should they have. And then after the 12 days, which is basically 2 weeks, they get 2 weeks follow-up at home. And here they will get their weight done, but also checking how they are making progress in, having changes at home. If they learned about home gardening, have they set up a home garden for sure, and what crops are they growing? If they learned about hand washing, do they have a facility for hand washing? If they learned about getting a latrine in place, do they really have it, and what support do they need? And then, of course, after they gain an adequate weight, after the 30 days, 1 month, 2 weeks, and 2 weeks, then they get graduated from the program. But the most important thing is what happens after the one month. So these groups will be formed. The caregivers will form into groups of about 8 to 15 people, and they get further support. They get further training from government, agriculture, and health extension workers. But they also will translate themselves into economic empowerment. This 2,205 children followed up for 12 months, taking their weight every month. But what we have recorded is every 3 months, and what you can see is their weight improved sustainably over the 1 year period. And this is what we attribute this to, is the sustained interventions, the having home gardens, having the small stock that they can get food, the income generating activities, helping them to access food even during the dry seasons, so they have money to buy food from the markets, because that was one of the big challenges. People can produce food, especially when they depend on rain-fed agriculture. During the rainy seasons, a few months after the season, they no longer have food, and food in the market is expensive. So when they are enrolled in or they participate in income generating initiatives, then they're able to access food throughout the year, and therefore they are able to feed their families on very diverse foods. Just as I conclude, I'm going to shift gears a bit and talk about social accountability for nutrition. And it's one of the things we do in World Vision is to involve communities in everything that we do. And we have now, for social accountability, the Citizen Voice and Action approach, CVA. A few people are familiar with it, and we use it for local level advocacy and link those efforts to the national level. So in this particular county, arid county, very arid, I think, Turkana County, majority of you will know it for some of the highest, severe acute malnutrition levels you can have. And with one of the projects there, we formed groups and trained them on citizen participation in the government making budget making process so that they can participate. Then also training them on nutrition provision in the constitution. What does the Kenyan constitution say about nutrition? And two things are important that the constitution says it's a basic right, and it also talks about quality of food. So the communities being able to understand those provisions in the constitution, they can engage in dialogue with government and hold the providers to account. Then with the training, they're able to do social audits. Then one of the things these groups did was to do ahead of the budget process was to prepare their own budget submissions and present them to the county budget and appropriations committee with asks on nutrition. They had amount of money they were asking for nutrition, for community health strategy, and for hygiene. And as you can see within the ongoing financial year for government, the health sector and the nutrition and the schools were given the highest share of money from the county budget. And we attribute this a lot to the community participation and being able to voice out the problems as they see it from the community and being involved in the budget making process itself. Some of the challenges, as should be concluding in a minute, is food security project. One, we followed up 2,000 children did not have population level data for nutrition. Therefore, that's a challenge. Then limited capacity to measure impact of agriculture interventions on nutrition. Then some of these successful projects, have inadequate scale up to district levels, national levels. So that becomes a challenge. And then lack of joint nutrition frameworks across sectors. And what we are recommending as part of learning from this is that communities have to be at the core of sustainable linkages. We've got to build cross-sectoral ministerial collaborations, target the most vulnerable children, and then have the right indicators and measure them to be able to see the impact, and of course embed social accountability into programs. And at national level, one of the things that national governments can be supported with is to have joint multi-sectoral frameworks for nutrition. And of course, as Professor Lawrence said this morning, is unless we have nutrition targets in the SDGs, we are not going to be able to deliver much change for nutrition. Thank you. I leave you with a quote from one of the women. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Rose. I would say this is lessons from the field, all field level experiences in Kenya, and what World Vision. World Vision is one of the largest, if not the largest NGO, I think, in the world, does, in the field of basically community participation and especially focusing on children and nutrition. Our last speaker for today is Boichepo Giose. She is from FAO. From the nutrition division of FAO. FAO has a large nutrition division. I don't have Giose's CV with me, so maybe she can tell us where she is from, and I'm sure she has a degree somewhere in nutrition. But you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As introduced, I'm from FAO, originally from Botswana. I used to work for NEPAD. Many of you will recognize me from my previous life. The title says I'm going to be speaking on best practices for or in measuring impact of agriculture and nutrition. I think let me just put a disclaimer straight away that actually there are no best practices to date. We are still struggling a lot with how to effectively measure the impact of agriculture on nutrition. But what I find very ironic though is the question that keeps popping into my mind is, why does agriculture exist if not for the best food and nutrition security? I think somewhere along the line we lost the plot. Now, thanks to the latest developments globally, regionally, and even nationally, there is more focus around really delivering the best nutrition to the people. So this is where I would like to start my presentation. And this presentation was meant to have been delivered by my colleague, Anna Hefforth. She couldn't be here, So thanks to her, we worked on it together, and our other colleague, Charlotte Dufour. Since this is an ACP meeting, I would just like to say it is critical to look at how the ACP countries strikes very strategic partnerships. Given that the highest burden of malnutrition is precisely in these countries, it's critical that there are good partnerships, there are better ways of doing business, there are better accountability measures by the countries themselves and by the non-state actors and by the donor community and by the research community. We have to think about this very critically. And indeed, I think our business has to go beyond, as Foucault said, saving lives. Our business should be really about promoting optimum health and productivity. So this is also where it is important to ensure that there is better measurement and better delivery and better accountability across the board. In the past, unfortunately, agriculture objectives did not, to any degree measurable, take nutrition into account. It was about producing more, selling more, gaining profits, reducing poverty, and maybe somewhere along the line, improving rural economies and livelihoods. There was hardly any nutrition indicator or mention whatsoever. I think this was a lost opportunity because in the many years that agriculture has existed, has there been a very conscientious effort towards addressing nutrition indicators and measuring nutrition, we would not be seeing the level of suffering in terms of the numbers as clearly indicated this morning by the previous speakers. So the challenge though is, in spite of the fact that we have many programs running across different sectors, indeed agriculture at the center, we still struggle with having the evidence that is going to be able to drive the policy and to drive better programming and to drive better investment and therefore better delivery. So across the board, from research to policy to program and indeed to impact, there are very few indicators that clearly speak to nutrition. So going forward, I think the opportunity lying in the sense that now we are talking about transforming food systems and improving the way agriculture does business, because we cannot continue to do business as we always have. There has to be a change in the mindset. Now countries are not just struggling with undernutrition, but with the continuum, as Marie said, or otherwise, can interpret it as a triple burden of malnutrition. And indeed, the ICN2 and the SDGs are providing a new or shedding a new light on how we should be holding ourselves accountable to address all forms of malnutrition, to look at food systems, healthy diet in a multi-sectoral approach. So why is it important to measure? What are we holding ourselves accountable to? Are we doing what we should be doing or what we say we are doing? Are we doing the right things for the right purpose, for the right outcomes? Maybe and hopefully. But identifying good practices to improve policy and program is really at the helm of what we should be measuring, because what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. We should keep this in mind. So information and data collection and availability and use thereof is what shapes the policy based on that evidence, and what shapes the program, and eventually what shapes the practice. And that's where we need to be holding ourselves to book. So what to measure? There are several things to measure. We need to be able to understand the situation, taking stock, surveillance, having a baseline. We should be looking at what actions are actually happening at global level, regional level, and national level, even community level, because ultimately we should be doing programs that have a human face. And then, of course, the outcomes of food security and nutrition. So monitoring and evaluation. So tracking progress towards, the new vision, because the new vision is really about understanding better and doing better for nutrition. The past was on staples, like I said, but looking forward, we should be specifically looking at diet quality, individual food consumption, the food environment in terms of availability, affordability, convenience, and desirability, and looking at gender and social equity, as has been mentioned by the other speakers, and of course sustainability in terms of climate and everything. So there are several categories of indicators that the agriculture community, together with nutrition and other sectors, are looking at in terms of bringing to bear what needs to be measured and therefore people being held accountable for. So I hope that people are going to be getting these presentations. Yes. So I don't need to go into detail. So this just captures some of the key things that should be measured in terms of availability, diversity, women's empowerment, income, and so forth. So tracking, there are some challenges in the sense that very little individual food consumption data has been collected in the past, and they have limited power to be able to tell us really what is happening on the ground. And therefore, the limited information on the drivers of food choices and food environment leaves us with very little opportunity for fully understanding what and how we should be measuring and what, eventually should be the case for nutrition. But there are opportunities, there are several people and organizations, entities working on looking at coming up with a set of indicators that should be brought forward. For instance, the IMANA, I can't even remember what it stands for anymore. Anyway, and then increasing the number of investments, M&E, and looking at capacities across the board. So tracking what we do to achieve, ideally, what action should we be monitoring? Policies and legal frameworks. We should be monitoring public programs as well as investments, both from the state and from the private sector. But the challenge has been that, tracking private sector investments has been a bit of a downer. We have not had, very concrete or robust ways to measure that. And then, of course, looking at what farmers and the inputs to farmers are. So we borrowed from the Global Panel on Agriculture, and this is basically the framework across the different phases of, for the food environment, the food transformation, consumer, production, trade and markets, as they influence the food environment. So these are the things that we need to be looking at and therefore, tracking adequately and looking at the challenges and the numerous opportunities as mentioned to be able to say, now that we know what we should be measuring, how we should be measuring it, how do we hold ourselves accountable in the long run for these actions. So just to conclude, as much as there are many challenges, there are indeed a lot of opportunities. There's work in progress, and we should be looking at the strategic linkages in strengthening those between research, policy, and field implementation, because that's where the action is, and indeed between sectors, health, agriculture, social protection, economy, education. What is surprising to me, as somebody mentioned, that indeed the ACP countries also are regions where it is said that many countries have a very high economic growth, but the irony is that that growth is not translating into better nutrition. Where are the gaps? What are we doing wrong? What can we improve? And how are we holding the very economies that are on a trajectory, positive trajectory to better nutrition? I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, BB. I think that's what they call you, BB.
Sure, call me BB. It's easier.
I mean, your whole presentation was basically supporting what has already been said, that we need a nutrition data revolution. And I think FAO will be at the core of assembling that data and processing that data and making it available. And hopefully CTA and all the other organizations here represented can help with that process of better data on nutrition and measuring the effects and the impacts of nutrition. Let me thank all the speakers of this session. I think we now have about 10 minutes for, I'm sorry we are over time, but we started late. 10 minutes for 3-4 maximum questions. First question, yes, the lady there.
Thank you very much. My name is Fanny Voitswinkler. I work for an NGO called Global Health Advocates, which is part of an international advocacy network of NGOs doing advocacy on nutrition called Action. We just launched a Generation Nutrition campaign here in Brussels, gathering NGOs from different sectors, from WASH, gender, education, etc., trying to give more comprehensive recommendations to the EU on their nutrition policies. We heard a lot about the need to do things differently. We heard about the dysfunctionality of nutrition governance and the importance of multi-sectorality. But somehow we mostly talked about food security in the end, and I lacked some best practices, for instance, in WASH, when we know that water and the lack of sanitation cause 50% of malnutrition cases. So I'm not necessarily saying that we need to address all of these different best practices in different conferences, but what I'm wondering is, are there any countries that we can learn from where this multi-sectoral approach has already been applied and had some impact? Do these exist, and can we talk about these best practices then? And how is the EU actually putting that in place, also this multi-sectorality here in Brussels between the different DGs, but also in the delegation in the countries? Thank you.
Thank you. I think very good question. Very good question. Let me take two more questions. Yeah, the lady there.
I wish to thank CTA for inviting me to this gathering. My name is Sarah Karinka with the University of Brussels, the VUB. I'm from Kenya. I would like to start by thanking IFPRI for keeping us up to date with the current data, but I would also like to decry the current state of sluggish gathering of accurate data, because data is one thing, but accurate data is something else. Then the other thing is, I would like to find out why we have had such a slow diffusion of innovations that can actually stimulate food security and strategies that can actually improve the nutritional status of our people. Having said that, I would like to underscore the role of local knowledge, because research has shown that those countries that tap into the knowledge of their people will most likely, like Rwanda has done, come up with sustainable ways of handling this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Person there, and then the last question will be for Francois. Yeah, okay.
Yes, thank you. Klaas de Vries of the Food and Business Knowledge Platform in the Netherlands. My question is to Mr. Wientjes. As you pointed out, the private sector is the largest food producer. So taking that into account, one could argue that achieving sustainable food and nutrition security can only be done with a sustainable business case for food producers and other agribusinesses. So could you tell us a little bit about to what extent there is or will be in the future a sustainable business case for fortification, micronutrient fortification in lower and middle income countries, or is that business case already there? Is it a long-term game, or will it remain corporate social responsibility? Thank you.
Thank you very much, but unfortunately Mr. Wientjes had to go. He is not there anymore.
Maybe
for multinationals, time is money, so...
Yeah. Apparently so, but maybe the gentleman from Harvest Plus could also relate to this question.
Yeah, so John McDermott. And, sorry? That's what I meant. Yeah. The last question for Francois.
Yes, I'm working for European Commission funded platform on agricultural research for development. My question is for Robina Mulenga, and the second one was for Foko Wientjes, but he is not there. But nevertheless, I will ask the question to the rest of the panel. For Robina Mulenga, in Zambia, a lot of your food, feed, and milk is contaminated by aflatoxin. Now, dealing with aflatoxin experts, Livingstone will host next week a first African expert group on mycotoxins. And when I hear African mycotoxin experts, they would tell me, as long as we are talking to policymakers about the relation between aflatoxin and health hazards and the impact on nutrition, they will politely listen to you. But if we talk about trade, then they listen. So my question to you is, should we not talk more about how to make a business of healthy nutrition or food? And for the rest of the panel, there is a conspiracy theory among African researchers and nutritionists which says that the Gates Foundation is supporting biofortification in Africa because the Gates family has actions in biofortification companies. Now, I was in Seattle in September and it was confirmed, but that is not the point. The point is that when we see the international focus on biofortification, you wonder if it would be, or if it would not make more sense when we talk about prioritization to first research and talk about local available vegetables in Africa, which massively the youth has lost. And we had one example of Sukuma Wiki, Kenyan spinach. As a first priority, go for your already available vegetables, rich in nutrition, and then go for identifying beans, like in Rwanda, which are rich in iron, and only in the third place go for biofortification, added nutrition. Is that, would you agree with that?
Thank you. I think your question will be for John, probably. He is heading the program on health, nutrition, and Harvest Plus. Let me first give the floors to Robina. You had a specific question about Zambia, aflatoxin. I think Francois has been heading a forum on aflatoxin. I've seen it on the PayPart website, so that's why he is so interested in aflatoxin. So, Robina, what do you say?
Well, I don't know whether I understood the question correctly, but let me just try. The point that I had made was that we want to talk about aflatoxin when we talk about imported food. Is that correct? And I do agree with the statement that you made at the end that we should be talking about delivering food that is healthy, wherever it is, wherever the source that is coming from. And incidentally, just a week, 2 weeks ago, there was a meeting to prepare for this Livingstone meeting that you are talking about, and we had a representation in that meeting. And more and more information is coming out which shows that aflatoxin may be responsible for much of the stunting we see in Zambia. So we need to address, wherever the source is coming from, we need to address it. And we need to do that by providing health food, whatever source or wherever source it is coming from. With on the floor, may I also just add an answer to the question on water and sanitation?
Yeah.
Yes. We are delivering, if you remember the table that I showed, some of the nutrition sensitive interventions that we are implementing in Zambia is water and sanitation in a multi-sectoral way. About impact, I'm not too sure because the interventions are just starting, and I hope that we'll be able to see positive impact. But the point that I also made was, in as much as we are saying at the national level that we are delivering multi-sectoral interventions, it is interpreted differently at the community level because of the institutional setups. Different ministries are taking interventions to the communities in a silo way, in a parallel way. Ministry of Local Government, which is responsible for water and sanitation, takes its interventions. Ministry of Agriculture takes its interventions to the community. So we are saying, how can we bring all these services together at that community level so that we have a multi-sectoral approach to dealing with problems? So yes, we are talking about water and sanitation. We are not just talking about agriculture. We are talking about the multi-sectoral interventions. Thank you.
John, on the question of biofortification.
So there was, I think, 3 questions. One on the business case.
Yeah.
The more complicated interventions often have a more difficult business case, and so we need to have kind of different models for how we assess the business case. It's best assessed for fortification and biofortification and things like that, and they're incredibly cost effective. I mean, the biofortification, the fortification are getting down into the regions of cost effectiveness of vaccines, which on the health side is kind of the gold standard. So that's why they get so much push. So there is some of that, but there needs to be more of it. I mean, in our program, we're looking, there's kind of different types of evidence, and there's quite a difference in the kind of evidence culture between public health and agriculture and other types of people that we need to bridge. And I won't go into that very much, but there's a lot of work to be done on that. On aflatoxins, the African Union has a program for aflatoxin control in Africa, and I think that's a good kind of convening platform. So that I'm hoping, and we try and feed into those kind of overarching things. I think the thing that's really driven aflatoxin interest in Africa, as you say, is the fact that a lot of governments have invested in kind of food production and wanted to use that either through the Purchase for Progress program of WFP, Kenya, Southern Sudan, lots of other people, and then turns out that there's too much aflatoxin, so it can't be sold because, normally that's not tested, but when it comes into aid programs, it gets tested. And so that's really heightened the interest so it's primarily in a kind of economic markets trade interest, which is a good thing for the evidence reasons I've told you, is that, there's a lot of discussion within public health about, for example, how much is the evidence for aflatoxins and stunting. But I think probably the evidence on the market-based is going to be the one that drives it in the short term. In terms of the kind of biofortification and where it fits in, and Lister talked about the biofortification prioritization, and so there's a critical role of fortification, and Foka talked about that, and biofortification and where they fit. Obviously, biofortification started out because it was meant to work in rural areas. Now, the reason biofortification is popular is because really to do it at scale, you need things that people eat a lot of. And, the gold standard is if we could get higher levels of vitamin A, zinc, and iron into rice, that would be a huge thing. It's not always that easy. So it's an issue of scale. It's very cost effective. One of the things, and Lister kind of alluded to it, is some of the traits you can't actually see them, like iron and zinc and iron in the beans. So we're trying to mainstream those into food crop breeding programs, and I think it's very complementary. So it's just one arm of the kind of better diet quality that we need. So yeah, we need better vegetables, we need more sukuma wiki, we need more beans, and I think thinking about kind of the food systems, as many people have alluded to, and how we improve those, and biofortification is just one of the arms of that. It happens to be one that's pretty easy to take to scale and that we can get our heads around. And so I think that, and it can be done through public channels. I think there's lots of, the kinds of partnerships that Lister described in Rwanda are ones that take place in many, many different places with public breeding programs and stuff. There's no intellectual property or those kinds of things associated with it. And so it tends, it's a global kind of commons issue. I think that's long enough.
Well, there was just one point about that when you mentioned the example of the spinach. Unfortunately, the iron in the spinach is not like we used to think, papaye and all of that. It is not very bioavailable. In other words, it's not really absorbed and used by the body as much. Whereas the biofortification efficacy trials, as well as the absorption trials, all show that the micronutrients in biofortified crops are very bioavailable, and and they're not affected by the more there is in it, the less is absorbed. So this is a better source of bioavailable micronutrients.
Jean-Pierre Alquin, on the first question by the lady there, lessons learned, guidelines from the Commission, what has the Commission to offer? I think that was the question, wasn't it? Yeah, so.
Thank you, Eric. Well, your question was first about multi-sectoral approach. How are we addressing that within the Commission, on the field, and are those working? Maybe I will start answering by the last part, are those working? One of the key challenges with nutrition, and I believe it is one also of the reason why it stays so long on the agenda without being really addressed, is the complexity. It is, as we discussed, multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder. What we've seen is that the countries which have been embarking into multi-sectoral policies with a very strong political push have been achieving results. As John mentioned, we don't have the same level of proof of the efficiency on most of the sectors as the one we have on health. On health, we have strong evidences that using the what we call the nutrition-specific actions are going to deliver results. On the rest, we have conviction that it is working. We have also conviction that once we start measuring the effort is better done also. But we don't have the proof. And this was also highlighted, for instance, by BB. We don't have even good practices for some important fields of intervention. This is why it is so important to work hard on research to get those research results available on good practices on how to be more efficient, how to have more impact. This is also behind the importance of the NIPN, the NIPN. How are we working in Brussels and at country level in the field? In Brussels, we have a quite close relation with DG Santé, DG Agri, the GRC, which is the Joint Research Center represented here today, and they are going to strengthen their commitment on food security. That's our conviction. And DG RTD. So this is developing, and there is a growing interest into that question. In the field, we are, I would say, on two lines. One is the fact that we want to have focal sector of intervention, a limited number, in order to promote the division of labor and the Paris agenda. So the Commission will be intervening. The European Union is supporting a country in 2 or maximum 3 focal sectors. And still for nutrition, we want to see the country developing multi-sectoral approach. Meaning that once we are promoting or supporting a sector which is nutrition sensitive, being food security, agriculture, health, water, education, we want to engage with the partner countries so that we are sure that there is a multi-sectoral policy. There is an interministerial coordination. There is also a coordination mechanism involving the civil society. That's so important because it is a multi-stakeholder. And for the resources we inject in the sector, we want to be sure that what can be done to promote nutrition-sensitive action is done, meaning that the action will target the most vulnerable population, will be done in a way that it delivers the highest result on nutrition. That's really the way we want to make sure that we use the EU money in the most efficient way towards nutrition. Thank you.
Thank you. Up there posed.
Well, I'll try. But just one on the multi-sectoral question. Malnutrition is generated by very powerful multi-sectoral factors, inaction, actions, but they're very powerful when they come together. And so to overcome it, you need powerful multi-sectoral action to overcome it. And I think if you look at the country level and state level success stories in nutrition, there are many of them in the report, the Global Nutrition Report for 2014 and 2015, you find that it's usually because positive things have happened in a number of sectors. Not all sectors, but a number of sectors. Now the question for multi-sectoral platforms is, what are they adding to that? And I think they're adding two things. They're adding potentially two things. One is they're making sure that there is activity, positive activity in all the different sectors. So they're sort of reminding, they're like a prompt to all those different sectors. And the other thing is that they're trying to coordinate a bit more the actions. Because a lot of the case studies that are there in the literature, we don't really know if it's just happenstance, that all these things are coming together in sort of a perfect positive storm for nutrition, or whether there's some coherence and coordination behind the scenes. And I think some multi-stakeholder platforms, I think, can be easily oversold, but I think at the very minimum they're a really important reminder that everyone has to pull their weight. Whether they can, in addition, through deliberate coordination, make reductions even faster is, I think, a difficult question to answer. The other thing I wanted to comment on, and by the way, I wanted to just give a plug to my colleague Stuart Gillespie, who's leading an initiative to get more rigorous stories of how change happens in nutrition. And we know it's not one sector that drives change, it's multiple sectors. On the other, just one brief comment really on two of I thought the presentations were excellent, by the way. Thank you very much, presenters. Two comments. One is on the DSM presentation, there was a lot of talk about the DSM WFP collaboration, and I was reading there was an R4D evaluation of that collaboration, and the R4D is an evaluation organization, and they say it was a very positive relationship for those two organizations. But the question that I immediately wanted to ask was, well, is there any independent, so if our colleague had been here, is there any independent evidence that that collaboration accelerated delivery of nutrition services to more people than would have if that partnership didn't exist? That's not a very clear framing statement. But it's very difficult, but the question has to be asked, I think, if public funds are involved. But you could also equally ask the question of Rose's example from about this civil society social accountability mechanism from Turkana County, which I thought was fascinating. So my question to you, again, Rose, would be, has there been an independent evaluation of that action? Is there an actual causal link between the action and the 30% increase in the budget? So, and it gets back to one of Foucault's points was often we shine the light exclusively on the private sector when we should be shining the light everywhere. No one should be able to just make statements without evidence backing it up. I'm sorry to pick on your example, Rose, but I'm just using it as an illustration. Thank you.
That was very good. You can see how complex multi-sectoral nutrition is, and we are well over time. I'm sorry, I've been a very poor timekeeper, but I inherited part of the problem. So don't blame me for 50%. I'm done. So thank you. I understand that maybe Isolina want to take over, or well, we still have. Jean-Pierre will say some closing words, and then, of course, Michael, the director, will close the meeting. Jean-Pierre. And John. Yeah, John. Okay. Yes, because we do this in partnership with IFPRI, but okay.
Without going into much self-congratulation, I was extremely pleased with the quality and interest of all the presentations. Something else which is also extremely encouraging is to remember that in 2008, when we were organizing meeting on nutrition, we could have done it basically on this table here on the back of the room. And so now we have much more interest, but also much more interesting stories to be told. Still, the challenge is fully ahead of us. I already mentioned the fact that on major roadblock, we still not even have good practices. Really, the challenge is ahead of us, but we are fully encouraged by today's meeting. And I wanted to thank again the organizers, CTA, IFPRI, the EU certainly, but also the ACP host for hosting us here. At the same time, Eric for managing the meeting, as well as the previous moderator. Let's take it like that. So thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. John?
Yeah, so it's not often that I have the pleasure of listening for a whole meeting and not having to talk. So I wanted to share some reflections. One is this critical point, and Lawrence, I guess, was the biggest advocate for that. Let's keep our eye on the ball of nutrition. Whether we're working in agriculture or whatever it is, nutrition is the thing we're working at. And I think we're making that point. Let's keep pushing on it. The second thing is it's not good enough to wave our hands anymore, that we have to be very systematic about getting the evidence, looking at the performance, getting accountability. We see some good starts and we heard some interesting things, but we really need to push on this. The other, and Fanny, I think it's Fanny, you made some good points. This will have implications for the way we work, okay? If I think of one example from agriculture, if we can't get out of this cereals first policy for food security, we're never going to get anywhere in agriculture, and it's really holding us back in terms of the right types of investments, etc. The second thing is, if we can't at least co-locate or align some of our work on WASH, education, gender empowerment, and improving diet quality, that's not going to work. So there's key things we can do. It doesn't have to be an incredible, flying circus of everything coming together at the same time in a coordinated way. Let's look for some simpler trade-offs in terms of at least having our projects in the same places so that we can learn, and having common indicators and sharing information. And then the fourth one is we really need to think, and it goes back to the nutrition thing, like we're the nutrition team, whether we're on the ag side or the gender side or whatever. We're on the team and we're working together on that team. And we heard a small example of, kind of how WFP and DSM, you couldn't tell who was on the team. That you shouldn't be able to tell which of us is from where on this team. We're all on the team. So I thought there was some really good lessons to encourage us to move forward. There's a lot to be done. Thanks.
Said, when you talk about nutrition, you talk about gender.
Well, anyhow, when you are the last speaker, there isn't much left to say. But basically, I would say that this has been a very informative and very educational session. I think one number I would always remember on this is 45. It looks like 45% of child deaths are caused by malnutrition, and 45% of the countries face both, the dual burden of undernutrition and obesity. So I think that's an important number to remember. Well, many of the speakers, had basically consistent messages, about the importance of country leadership, accountability, data, and all that. So these are some of the things that we're going to follow up from our own activities as well. So I hope that this dialogue will continue, and we're obviously very happy to be working with IFPRI, who provide excellent insights and research coming out of their work, and we are very much into sharing the information, providing the platform for multi-stakeholder engagement and discussion. So this partnership will definitely continue, and we hope to strengthen that as well. So in terms of the materials, we have all of them will be available on the website. I think this is indicated there, the link. All the presentations and the background material will be available. And we also had a lot of people following us on social media. We have a very active social media team. So you have a lot more people outside of this room following the discussions. So again, I'd like to thank all the speakers, the really excellent speakers, excellent material that they presented. All the participants for your attendance, staying up to the late hours, and also asking some very good questions. So I hope we can continue with this. And of course, I'd like to thank my colleagues, CTA, Isolina Boto, and the other colleagues, of course, the interpreters who have stayed very late. That's always what we appreciate in the ACP house. They are very generous with their time. They don't cut us very short, so we appreciate that very much. Anyhow, there is a networking lunch, so we are all invited to continue the discussion and the networking. Thank you very much.